Chapter 26, Family Matters. Remus! Matt exclaimed, looking worried and relieved all at once.
What's going on? Where?
Sirius, Remus said, sinking into the nearest chair.
You found him?
Dirk asked, taking a look at Remus' face.
I found him,
Remus confirmed.
Where's Theodora?
Arabella asked.
She wasn't hurt, was she? Not on her first day. She wasn't feeling well, so I sent her home.
Remus' eyes flicked to Matt as he said it. Matt had been a werewolf long enough to know how to detect a lie, but thankfully, he either didn't notice, or was going to bring it up when they were alone.
I was over near King's Cross, thought I might find you, Dirk, and we'd come back together.
Another lie, but Matt didn't react to that either.
Then, in the station, a boy who looked a lot like Harry and a man that looked a lot like Sirius showed up. Did you alert the ministry? They were already there,
Remus said.
But given what happened last time, I wasn't particularly keen on working with them.
Everyone knew about the Scrimgeour episode and Matt even chuckled.
So did you catch them?
Matt asked curiously.
With all the muggles around?
Remus asked with a bitter laugh.
No, I followed them, though. They were buying train tickets when Harry said something about the bathroom. They went in and I waited outside. One man came out, but that was it. I waited for a few minutes, and then decided to have a look, but when I checked, it was empty.
Arabella's face fell. Matt, however, looked shrewd.
And then you came back here?
Remus nodded and sighed.
So Theodora said she was sick and left, minutes before you ran into Sirius Black?
Dirk asked. Arabella gasped.
You don't think she's helping him? No,
Remus said flatly.
It's a bit suspicious, though, don't you think?
Dirk pressed. Arabella nodded.
She seems like a lovely young lady, and it might just be a coincidence, but it is worth looking into, don't you think, Remus? If Remus thinks she's trustworthy, she probably is,
Matt said.
Oh, but,
Arabella began.
I'll talk to her about it,
Remus said after a moment.
Mind you're careful,
Arabella said.
If she is with Sirius Black, she could turn nasty.
Remus struggled to keep a serious expression. The idea of a nasty Nymphadora made him want to laugh, and nodded. Arabella and Dirk seemed appeased.
What should we do for the rest of the day, then? Sirius could be anywhere right now.
That wasn't a lie, either. He was probably taking a roundabout route to Remus.
And the ministry have hopefully caught on and are doing what they can.
Arabella snorted to show what she thought of that.
They won't want us underfoot, and if we start interfering in the wizarding search, Malfoy will... Well, Malfoy will have something to say about it, I'm sure. There's an understatement,
Matt muttered. Dirk chuckled.
So what should we do?
Dirk asked. Remus checked his watch.
Go back to wherever you were this morning and patrol until 3. If you don't hear anything, go home. And tomorrow? Meet here as usual. Are you all right, Remus?
Arabella asked.
Shaken,
Remus said.
You look like you could use a drink,
Matt said, clapping him on the shoulder.
That's a good idea,
Arabella said.
Nothing too strong, though. He needs to relax, not fall asleep.
Matt grinned at her and fished around in his pocket for coins.
You two staying? No,
Dirk said.
If he was at King's Cross, he might come back.
He waved and left. Arabella shook her head and departed with a,
"You look after him, Matthew."
Matt grinned and wandered over to the bar, leaving Remus sitting alone, cautiously hopeful that everyone had believed him, and that Sirius and Harry were both safe.
"Butterbeer?"
Remus asked, grinning.
"Yeah,"
Matt said.
"It's not my fault Arabella assumed I meant fire whiskey when I said drink. Tom's coming by with sandwiches, but I put those on your account." "Thank you,"
Remus said, not minding in the least, he was bloody starving.
"So you found Sirius?"
Remus sighed and nodded, taking a sip of his drink.
"Were you afraid?" "Terrified,"
Remus murmured. "For him." Matt cocked his head thoughtfully.
"I doesn't make sense,"
he said finally, tracing the wet sides of his mug.
"What doesn't?" "You were terrified,"
Matt said, frowning.
"That's true. But what?"
Remus asked carefully. Matt wrinkled his nose.
"You smell like a forest. Like mud, and sap. And a person who's not Theodora. According to your story, though, you never left King's Cross, never talked to any of the Aurors, any other people for that matter."
Remus sighed and had another mouthful of butterbeer.
"I don't understand why you lied." "I didn't lie,"
Remus said.
"By omission."
Remus, unable to argue with that, inclined his head.
"Are you angry?"
he asked. Matt's expression was closed, which was unusual for him, and his scent was muted.
"No, I just don't understand."
Remus thought quickly, constructing a lie in his mind.
"The person you can smell is black,"
Matt whispered, leaning toward him. Remus balked.
"What? No."
Matt frowned and held up a hand.
Please just let me talk."
Remus took a deep breath, unable to believe what was happening.
"All right,"
he said cautiously.
"I know what Potter, Harry, smells like, from when I dropped a change of robes at St. Mungo's for you."
Remus didn't say anything.
"And then, he escaped. Black spirited him away with his evil powers, or whatever it was the prophet said. Also according to the prophet, neither of them have been spotted since." "Sirius has always been cunning,"
Remus mumbled.
"Not cunning enough, apparently,"
Matt said quietly,
"because ever since St. Mungo's, you've smelled like Harry and someone else, who I'd bet my magic is Sirius Black."
Remus didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth and closed it several times. He tried, but just then, Tom appeared and placed a plate of sandwiches down between them. Then, he gave them a gappy smile and went back to the bar, but Remus' words were gone. A glance at the plate told him his appetite was too.
"It's all right,"
Matt said, smiling. Remus blinked, stunned to see what appeared to be a genuine smile on his face. He smelled genuine too.
"I know better than anyone that things are complicated sometimes. I figure if I had needed to know, you would have told me by now." When did you grow up?"
Remus asked. The Matt he had watched grow up had always been easygoing, but had also hated to be excluded from even the most trivial things.
"Why aren't you, well, demanding an explanation?" "Do you want me to?"
Matt asked, grinning.
"Not particularly, no,"
Remus admitted, still stunned.
I thought as much.
Matt laughed at the look on Remus' face.
Look, you hated Black. I smelled it, every time his name was mentioned. It was like the air was set on fire. It burned, Remus. I didn't even have to try to smell, you know what a pain that is, because it was so overwhelming. I know you're a reasonable liar, but even you couldn't have faked that.
End. Remus asked tiredly.
It's gone. I talk about Black, and if I'm not looking for a scent, I don't find anything. If I am, you smell content. I don't know what he told you, and I'm not asking to, but obviously things aren't the way they appear to be. If you believe him, well, I believe you. I mean, you're alive, aren't you? I am indeed,
Remus said, chuckling.
Good thing too,
Matt added.
I've grown rather fond of you over the years. You're like the uncle I never had, not that I'd have wanted the uncle I could have had.
He added hastily. Remus, who had known Evan Rosier, had to agree.
You're much better.
Remus smiled and reached for a sandwich.
Thank you,
he said. Matt grinned and picked one off the plate as well.
So what are you doing here?
Remus blinked at the odd question.
I'm having a lunch of sorts with a disturbingly perceptive friend of mine. That isn't what I meant. I meant, why are you still bothering with Malfoy? If I were you, I'd have buggered off as soon as I could. I mean, why waste your time searching for someone you know how to find? And give myself away?
Remus asked wryly.
If I'd stopped searching for Harry after he makes a suspicious escape from St. Mungo's, Malfoy would have suspected I was involved. He wouldn't be wrong though, would he?
Matt asked with a wicked grin.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about,
Remus said, with dignity. He couldn't help winking, however. Matt laughed, and Remus felt his heart lighten. Dumbledore and Matt were the two it had been hardest, morally and literally, for him to lie to about this whole thing. Having one know the truth, or some of it, and not condemn him for it, was, well, wonderful.
But you see why I can't just quit.
Matt nodded thoughtfully.
So you'll just play along? Not quite,
Remus said with a small smile.
He's planning to replace me. What? That's what Theodora's here for.
Matt choked on his mouthful of butterbeer and gestured for Remus to continue.
Malfoy set her up to take my place, after I teach her enough to do so, of course. And he told you all of this?
Matt asked doubtfully.
No. She did. What? She's a good sort,
Remus said, shrugging. Matt shook his head.
Apparently. Bloody hell, when did things get so complicated? We can thank our mutual friend for that,
Remus said sarcastically, lifting his drink. Matt's mug clinked against his.
May the horrible sod rot in hell.
They both drank.
Speaking of Greyback,
Remus said, swallowing a bite of his lunch.
I'm leaving after Christmas. Same. Until February again. Do you think you can handle 2 months?
Remus asked, watching Matt for his reaction.
Yeah, I reckon. Do you think it's worth asking Debbie? I was going to ask you the same thing.
They both sighed.
I'm not looking forward to that conversation,
Matt said ruefully.
I'm not looking forward to explaining to Malfoy where half of his search team's gone. If you get Talk up to scratch, we can pretend it's a side effect of you being laid off.
Remus tucked that thought away for consideration. Matt downed the last of his butterbeer and stood.
Well, I'm off to patrol. Where should I look?
Remus smiled.
Wherever you like. So you enjoyed Paris, then?
Tonks gritted her teeth.
Paris,
she said flatly.
Yes. What was it your mentor had you doing? He didn't say.
Keith smiled at her from behind his menu and she returned it, though it felt a little forced.
Yes, she said darkly, he's a bit obsessed with secrecy.
She had told Moody as much too, when they spoke earlier. Shouted might be a more accurate word, actually, he had been rather unhappy with her about ending the charm on her sidekick before he was done talking and her temper had responded in kind.
And? He had me investigating a villa. A villa? Shouldn't that be left to the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures? Well, sort of, I suppose. There was a bloke from Villa Relations with me, and a woman from the French Ministry. It's probably a good thing you were in Paris. Why? The Evening Prophet said Black was spotted in London around lunchtime. I know,
she growled. She was still furious about that.
What's your point? You were far away from Black. I know,
she said again. The fringe she was wearing tonight turned red.
How's that a good thing? Well,
Keith said, giving her hair a wary glance, it means you were safe.
It also means I missed out on a chance to catch him,
she said, her irritation at Moody returning.
I'm glad you did,
Keith said softly.
I don't want you in any danger. That's sweet,
Tonks said, offering him a proper smile this time,
but unrealistic. I'm an Auror. I'm bound to do something dangerous sooner or later. But you'll have other people with you, right? People that'll look after you. I'll have people around to help me, she said. But I don't need babysitters. I can take care of myself. You're new to being an Auror,
Keith said slowly.
You hardly know anything compared to the rest of them. So, by that logic, you hardly know anything about beating because you aren't a professional Quidditch player,
she snapped. Keith bristled.
I've had experience. And I haven't? I got into plenty of duels through school, remember?
Keith leaned back in his chair, looking stunned.
What?
She asked irritably.
This is our first fight,
he said softly. No, it's not. Oh. Maybe he means... as a couple? That was a strange thought. Tonks sighed.
It's not a fight, she said. It's me being grumpy because I've had a long day.
Keith reached across to take her hand and gave it a squeeze.
Sorry,
she said in a small voice.
That's okay,
he said, and then looked worried.
But, you aren't grumpy at me, are you? No,
she said.
We're fine. Good,
Keith said, looking relieved. He kept hold of her hand and reached for his menu with the other.
What do you want to eat? Dunno.
She reached for her own menu, scanned it briefly and then set it down.
Just a burger, I think.
Keith waved someone over to take their orders. He had fish and chips and they both asked for butterbeers, and then the waiter was gone, leaving Tonks thinking how much simpler, and in her opinion, nicer, this place was than Madame Putafoot's, where they had been 4 times in total now. there was not a trace of sickly pink wallpaper, or lacy pillows on the seats. There wasn't a heart in sight, and the best thing about it was the lack of those stupid cherubs and their confetti.
Nymphadora!
Keith called.
Nymph! You know I prefer Tonks,
she said, snapping out of her thoughts.
Why is that?
He asked.
I don't think you've ever said. Because Nymphadora's a stupid name. I think it's nice.
Tonks sighed.
You and Mum are going to get along wonderfully. Do you think so?
Keith asked, looking nervous all of a sudden.
What about your dad? Dad gets along with everyone. What's his job? He's not an Aura too, is he?
He looked positively terrified at the thought.
Muggle relations at the Ministry,
Tonks said, hiding a grin.
And he also works at a Muggle television station. So he likes Muggles, then. He's Muggle-born,
Tonks said, shrugging.
His whole family, aside from me and Mum, are Muggles, so yeah, he does like them. So all your relatives are Muggles. At least on Dad's side. Mum's side are pure bloods. We don't see them much. Why not? Don't you get along? No,
Tonks said bluntly. Keith squeezed her hand.
What about your family?
If Keith realized she was drawing the conversation away from her mother's relatives, he didn't say anything.
They're nothing special,
he said.
Mum used to be a healer but she stopped working when I was born. Dad's with Clean Sweep, he makes brooms. Both of them were only children so I don't have any cousins but I see my grandparents a lot, they're all magical.
Conversation lapsed after that, but it wasn't too bad, because their food and drinks arrived. Keith showed every indication of wanting to keep holding hands but had to give up when it got too hard to eat. They both laughed about that and then got to talking about dating history. Tonks had fancied a boy from her Muggle primary school and they had sat together at lunch every day for a week before he decided to eat with Ashley White instead. Keith, as Tonks knew, had dated Dawn Carter for 3 months in 5th year before deciding to stay friends. Keith laughed at the idea of Tonks in a Muggle primary school and stories of that entertained them all through dessert.
I never went to one of those private schools,
he said once she had finished telling him a story about the time she tripped and knocked over 3 other people at her primary school graduation ceremony.
Primary,
Tonks corrected, grinning.
Yes, those. Mum taught me from home and then when Alfred moved next door I had lessons with him. My mum and his mum shared the teaching. No wonder the two of you were so close,
Tonks said. Keith shrugged.
How is Alfred, by the way? Busy. He got into his department for magical children or whatever it is, so he's been learning his way around. I'm surprised you haven't seen him anywhere, actually, since you're both at the Ministry. The Ministry's a big place,
Tonks said.
And I'm generally having lessons in the Aura department, or I'm not there at all. True.
Keith leaned out of the way as their plates were summoned from the kitchen.
Have you heard from anyone else since school? Well, you of course,
Tonks said, making Keith grin.
And I've seen Charlie and Tom, but not since we had lunch before my Aura tests. I think I'm having dinner with them tomorrow night. I wanted to see you tomorrow,
Keith said, looking upset.
We'll do something another night,
she assured him.
Are they still going away? I haven't heard, the pair of them are hopeless when it comes to keeping in touch. You're not the best either,
he said, lifting an eyebrow.
I'm still waiting for you to send Helga back.
Helga was Keith's owl, who made, if Tonks had to guess, at least 4 trips to her house each day.
I was already in bed by the time she came,
Tonks sighed.
Surely you saw her this morning, though. Yeah, but I had to leave early. I was planning to write back tonight. I thought something might have happened.
Tonks didn't say anything. Keith checked his watch.
Are you ready to go? I thought we could go back to yours. My house. Yeah. I'd like to meet your mum and dad.
Tonks was a little surprised.
If that's all right, of course. That should be all right,
she said, blinking.
Yeah. We'll just pay and go, then. I'll pay,
he corrected.
Keith. I'm being polite,
he insisted.
Just say thank you. Thank you,
she said.
But I'm making lots as a trainee. Next time I want to pay. For both of us. You know I won't let you. Next time,
she promised, getting to her feet. Unfortunately, she tripped on her robes and plunked right back down.
Are you all right? Fine,
she said, getting up again.
Completely fine, just clumsy.
It was a small price to pay, really, for her ability to change height and weight at a moment's notice. She actually thought she did pretty well staying upright for a girl who had different length legs every day.
I like your fringe, by the way, he said. It looks nice.
Tonks stared, thrown by the sudden change in topic.
Thanks,
she said uncertainly.
So, shall we go? Yeah.
Keith left a handful of coins on their table, Tonks scowled, and they slipped out into the cold street. Tonks had always thought Diagon Alley was creepy at night, and tonight was no different. It was dark, with only a few lamps burning, quiet, since all of the shoppers had gone home, and the large signs, which were usually so colorful during the day, left long, spiky shadows on the cobbled ground.
It's weird, isn't it? Eerie,
she said, pulling her gloves out of her pocket. Keith paused, midway through putting on his scarf, and grinned.
I'll protect you,
he said. Tonks rolled her eyes, not bothering to say anything.
You aren't actually scared, are you?
He asked hopefully.
No,
she said, amused.
Why? I just thought it might be a good excuse to hold your hand,
he mumbled, flushing.
Why do you need an excuse?
Tonks asked, reaching out to grab his gloved hand. He smiled. Tonks hesitated and then plowed right forward with her next sentence, figuring that, no matter what he said back, she'd know where they stood.
I mean, we are dating, aren't we? Yeah,
Keith said, nodding. There's no chance that this will ruin our friendship, then, she thought. That was the only reason she had held off saying it for so long, otherwise she'd have said it weeks ago.
I quite like you, you know,
she continued. Odd, that her hair stayed blonde now, when she had just said something like that, yet it went a brilliant pink if she tripped or shouted at Moody.
I really like you, too,
he said. They stared at each other for a while and then Keith cleared his throat and looked away.
So? Should we go? Yeah,
Tonks said, staring at the ground to hide her smile.
Do you want to side along? Nah, it makes me sick,
he admitted.
I know where it is. Do you? just want to meet there. If that's best for you, sure,
she said. Keith nodded. Tonks, on impulse, leaned across and kissed him. He started and looked up, surprised.
See you in a minute,
she said, grinning, and then, before he could do more than stare at her, she twisted on the spot. She apparated into her front garden. Mum would be so pleased she hadn't come straight into the house, cheeks pink, and hair probably a similar color. She clambered out of Mum's flower bed, that, Mum would not be so happy about, and made her way to the front door. She had just knocked when a flustered Keith showed up.
Hi,
he said.
Hi,
she said back, grinning. The door opened and Dad appeared, looking confused. It was probably her use of the front door that was doing it.
Dora.
His eyes flicked to Keith and he smiled politely.
Hi, Dad,
she said.
This is Keith. Hi,
Keith said, looking nervous.
It's nice to meet you.
Dad offered his hand and Keith shook it.
You too. Hufflepuff, right? Yes, sir. None of that. Ted's fine. I was in Hufflepuff too.
Who is it? That was Mum, peering out of the living room. She spotted Keith before Tonks and came out to introduce herself.
Andromeda Tonks,
she said, holding out her hand. Keith shook it and Mum turned to Tonks, smiling. Despite having been out of pure blood circles for many years now, Mum had retained some of their niceties and had probably expected Keith to kiss her hand. She had told Tonks once, years ago, that that was the traditional greeting for a witch and wizard who had never met.
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Tonks.
Unlike Dad, Mum didn't ask him to call her by her first name.
And you? I must say, it's about time. I've been asking Nymphadora to bring you around for weeks. Really?
Keith asked, giving Nymphadora a sideways look. She flashed him a small smile.
Well, I'm glad to finally be here. Are we really going to just stand here in the doorway?
Tonks asked.
Let's go inside, Of course,
Mum said, stepping back to let them in.
How was training, dear? Interesting,
Tonks said.
I went to Paris. Paris?
Dad echoed.
What in Merlin's name were you doing there? A mess with Avila,
Tonks sighed.
Meanwhile Sirius was spotted in London and every Auror was called out of the office to look for him. Where were you in Paris?
Mum asked curiously. Mum clicked her tongue.
It doesn't matter what eyes you use, you don't see a thing, do you? I use my eyes,
she said defensively.
Constant vigilance and all that. You know what I did see? What?
Dad and Keith asked together.
A pink dog,
Tonks said.
It was brilliant. Like my animal soulmate. Anyone?
Mum asked, sounding tired all of a sudden.
Yes, if you're making it,
Keith said.
I'll have one, Dromeda,
Dad said.
No thanks,
Tonks said brightly. She grabbed Keith's arm.
While Mum's getting that ready, I'll show you the house.
She led him down the hall, pointing at doors on the way.
That's the living room. The bathroom. The kitchen's just through there. That's Mum's study. The second bathroom. Mum and Dad's room. My room. The spare room. And that door goes out to Dad's garden.
A loud yowl followed her last words.
"Is that your cat?"
asked Keith, who had known Canis at school. Tonks tapped the door with her wand to unlock it and pulled it open. Canis trotted forward, tail in the air, and then paused. His eyes darkened and his ears folded back as he and Tonks stared at each other. He hissed, unsurprisingly, and slunk forward, hardly sparing Keith a glance as he passed them.
"He's been grumpier than usual, lately,"
Tonks said, glaring after him. Canis had reached the kitchen and Mum's coos were echoing out.
"Do you think he misses school?" "Dunno. He probably misses being able to wander wherever he wants. I think he misses Charlie though. And probably Hagrid and Filch." "Filch?"
Keith asked in disbelief. Tonks shrugged.
"The man likes unpleasant cats and unpleasant cats like him." "Nymphadora! Bring Keith down for tea." "If she calls me that one more time,"
Tonks muttered under her breath,
"I swear to Merlin that."
Keith said.
"Nothing,"
she sighed.
"This way."
Lights are on. That's a good sign, right? Padfoot prowled forward, listening carefully. He heard Remus' tense laugh, followed by a small noise of amusement from Harry. There were no other scents around and no other voices, so Padfoot thought it was safe to go inside. He barked once, knowing Remus would hear it, and then bounded forward to scratch at the front door. There were footsteps inside and then the door opened slowly. Brown eyes peered out. Padfoot wedged his head through the gap and stood up on two legs, like Sirius might, and woofed a greeting.
"About time,"
Remus muttered, but he was grinning and relief was coming off him in waves. He stepped aside and Padfoot dropped back to the ground and walked in. Footsteps were the only warning he had, before two arms caught him around the neck and a hairy-shaped mass collided with him at full force.
"I'm sorry. I never thought, it's my fault. It's all my..."
His fault? How in Merlin's name did he work that one out? Padfoot shook his head, wine taught show he disagreed and licked his godson's face. He even lifted a paw to pat awkwardly at Harry's back. Hugs weren't exactly easy to return as a dog. Eventually Harry let go and Padfoot changed back into Sirius. A shadow bloomed in his mind, it was the Dementor's draft, but he shoved it away. Harry stared at him, eyes enormous, and bolted toward the fire, startling Hedwig, who had been perched on the mantel. She wanted to sit on the back of one of the kitchen chairs instead and gave them a disapproving look. "He's afraid of me," a voice that sounded a bit like his whispered. "Shut up," Sirius snapped, knowing it was the potion that had made him think that. "He's probably got a perfectly good reason."
"Harry?"
Sirius asked.
"Magic,"
Harry said, backing toward the mantel. His eyes landed on the little bowl of flu powder Remus kept there.
The trace."
"Told you," Sirius told the voice.
"Relax, kiddo. It won't set it off." "Are you sure?"
Harry asked. He glanced at the front door as if he expected Aurus to come charging in at any moment.
"Positive,"
Sirius promised.
"It's undetectable magic, which is why you're supposed to register. Otherwise Animagi might do stupid, dangerous things, like run around with werewolves,"
Remus said somberly. Sirius pulled a face and sat down on the couch, pretending not to see the wink that Remus gave Harry.
"I'm sorry,"
Harry said, staring at the floor.
"For what?"
Sirius asked, swapping a confused look with Remus.
I told you to go early. If I hadn't, I would have gone anyway,
Sirius told him. Remus' lips thinned, but he appeared to be fighting a smile. Yes, the voice agreed. Because you're stupid, selfish.
Shut up.
Harry gave him an odd look.
Sorry. You didn't force me to go anywhere, kiddo. I did that all on my own.
Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Sirius held up a hand.
I don't want to hear any more about it. It's not your fault and we're all safe. All right.
All right, Harry agreed, without much conviction. He gave Sirius one more wary look and then came to sit beside him.
Well done for making it here, by the way,
Remus added. Harry offered him a small smile.
How did things go after we separated?
Sirius asked Remus.
Did they believe you?
Remus' somber expression wasn't faked this time.
Nymphadora and Debbie weren't there and Dirk and Arabella fell for it, but Matt knows. Explain,
Sirius growled, fear prickling in his chest. He's betrayed you, the voice murmured.
Now. He could smell it,
Remus sighed, sitting down on the couch opposite the one Sirius and Harry were on.
He doesn't know specifics.
He added hastily.
Just that we're in contact and that you obviously aren't an evil Death Eater that's training Harry up to replace Voldemort.
Sirius wrinkled his nose.
He's not one to go running to the Prophet or anything. Who is he? Matthew Rosier.
Sirius stiffened.
Any relation to Evan? Nephew,
Remus replied evenly. He stood and retrieved a photograph of himself and a younger boy who looked remarkably like Evan Rosier, though Sirius didn't think Rosier had ever smiled so sincerely. There were other, smaller differences he noticed, like the boy's nose and jaw, and the fact that he was wearing Muggle clothing. Sirius supposed it was a bit like comparing Andy and Bella.
They never met, though.
Remus continued.
Matt's father was a blood traitor and Matt was bitten by Greyback as punishment. Hang on,
Sirius said, recognizing the face. It had been younger when he had last seen it.
Is he the werewolf kid you teach? The one that didn't go to Hogwarts?
Remus inclined his head. Sirius paused to think. Logically, he knew the boy probably wasn't a boy anymore, just as Nymphadora and Harry had not stayed the children they had been before Azkaban, but he still felt he had to ask.
How old is he now? 19.
Sirius set the photograph down and tried not to show how much that answer rattled him. Sometimes, he thought he had done well recovering from Azkaban's effects. He was still thin, but he was healthy at least, his face wasn't waxy or yellow anymore, and Harry, simply by being there, was able to provide companionship and a distraction on Sirius' bad days. Those were getting further and further apart. Other times, like now, he was reminded rather abruptly that, while his world had stopped while he was in prison, the world outside had continued at its usual pace.
Who's Greyback?
Harry asked. Sirius wondered if he had asked it to distract Sirius, or if he was genuinely curious. He thought it might be both.
You mentioned him to Snape,
he said, looking at Padfoot,
and you were talking about him in the kitchen the other day. Greyback is a werewolf, Harry,
Remus said.
Quite possibly the most savage one alive today. He was the one who attacked me when I was young. At first I thought it was an accident, that he had just lost control. Later, I learned he had done it to punish my father. My father was very high up in the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, you see, and Greyback wanted him to pass a law. What law?
Harry asked. And there's Lily's patience, Sirius thought fondly.
I was getting to that,
Remus said, smiling. Sirius thought he might be thinking the same thing. Harry flushed.
A law that gave him instant guardianship over underage werewolves. My father refused, for all the good it did. Greyback bites children anyway, and when their parents can't handle the lycanthropy, Greyback takes them away and raises them in his camps, to hate and fear wizards. Why? Because with enough werewolves following him, he could overthrow the wizarding population, or so he believes. Overthrow, why?
Harry seemed to be struggling to understand.
You haven't been in the wizarding world long enough to appreciate how deeply some of the prejudices run,
Remus told Harry gently.
My kind, werewolves, are hated and feared. Some of that can be blamed on Greyback and his followers, but much of it was around long before his time.
Harry, Sirius noticed, still looked blank. Remus glanced at Sirius, who gestured for him to continue, and sighed.
Greyback thought werewolves were treated unfairly and that something should be done about it. Oddly enough, he started out with the right idea, although that's about as right as he ever got. He thought, if he infected a handful of people, that he could force the wizarding world to see that our two species aren't so different. We have, as you said just the other day, Harry, a bit of a problem every month, but we're human the rest of the time. He thought if he created new werewolves, that they could attest to that. Some of them did. Others of them hated him for what he had done to them. He went about it the wrong way from the very beginning, of course, but when he attempted to bite the minister of the time, a man named Nobby Leech, any of the progress he might have made was undone. He spent a month in Azkaban. He never actually hurt the minister, after all, and when he was released, he had changed. It wasn't a lack of understanding that was the problem, it was people themselves. Where in Merlin's name did you hear that?
Sirius demanded.
The camp,
Remus sighed.
One of the men there is Greyback's first victim. He's an absolute nutter, always going on about how his poor father was forced to spend a month in Azkaban. A month,
Sirius said, rather bitterly.
Yes, poor fucking Greyback.
Remus smiled without humor and Harry was pale.
What happened next?
Harry whispered, edging ever so slightly closer to Sirius as he asked. Sirius reached out and put an arm around him, and the soft warmth of Harry's jumper helped to chase away some of his irritation. He wasn't even sure who he was irritated with, though he suspected it might be an effect of the Dementor's draft.
Greyback started building his army,
Remus said.
When Voldemort came along, he offered Greyback victims in return for service. Service. To keep his followers and his enemies in line. People were afraid of Greyback, and fear, unfortunately, is a great motivator. Few people were prepared to challenge Voldemort because they were afraid he had set Greyback on their families. His followers were extremely loyal because those who weren't, were at risk of the same thing. How come Greyback liked Voldemort? Protection, partially, but... Free food,
Sirius muttered, wrinkling his nose. Remus twisted his mouth.
Indeed. The other reason is that their goals were aligned. Thank Merlin it never got to this stage, but if Voldemort had won, I'd have been morbidly interested to see how long the peace would have lasted. Greyback would have turned on Voldemort the moment his support stopped being useful, and Voldemort would have turned on Greyback at the first sign of betrayal.
Harry shivered against Sirius' side. Harry bit his lip, hesitating, and then plowed forward.
The camp you talked about. Did you? When you weren't at Hogwarts, were you? I stayed with my parents, in this very cottage, actually.
Harry twitched, apparently surprised, and glanced around again.
They were about as understanding as anyone could be. My mother was a healer and she took care of me, and my father, as I mentioned, worked in the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and so had access to a lot of information concerning werewolves. He was in contact with a number of witches and wizards who were developing cures.
Remus chuckled.
The number of things he had me try over the years.
Sirius scratched the scar on his neck. Remus caught the movement and grimaced.
Did any of them work? None of the cures. There is, however, a potion, called the Wolfsbane. I know about that one,
Harry said. Sirius stared at him. He didn't even know about that one, but he knew a man named Belby had been working on a potion with that name.
A guy made it for his wife so that she could keep her mind on full moons.
Sirius and Remus shared a surprised but impressed look.
How?
Sirius asked.
I knew Moony wasn't an animagus, so I was looking for other things that could turn him into a wolf,
Harry said, shrugging.
Potions seemed like a fair guess. I mean, you can make someone's hair change color, so why not the rest of them? It was the only potion under wolf. So Belby finally worked it out, did he?
Sirius asked. He had been present for a few of the not-so-successful trials.
He did,
Remus confirmed.
It's ridiculously expensive and it's complicated, but it does work. I imagine it's similar to being an animagus, but as I'm not an animagus, I can't be certain. I've got the money,
Sirius said immediately. So you have to buy your friends, do you?
Sirius.
I'm not listening to you.
Moony, you wouldn't be protesting if you had seen how much I have. You wouldn't,
Harry agreed.
Having you around has much the same effect anyway,
Remus said.
Although, it could be different this time if I'm angry about James instead of upset. Well, the offer's standing,
Sirius said. Remus smiled.
So, the camps?
Harry prompted.
Sorry, Harry. No, to answer your question. I didn't spend any time in the camps until I joined the order.
He smiled.
I was very lucky that my parents could handle my condition, and that they were willing to. Your parents, Harry, would no doubt have taken it in their stride, and your grandparents, on either side, actually, even though Lily's parents were muggles, would have learned to cope, I think, but not many other families would have. Mine wouldn't have,
Sirius said. No, and why should they? You're useless, a waste of space. James didn't think so, Sirius thought, firmly. What he considered his real family, the Potters, would have, as Remus had said, accommodated him. The Blacks, minus Regulus, were a different story.
They'd have been glad to see me go. In fact, they'd probably have. Sirius, Harry doesn't need to hear about unpleasant. He knows most of it,
Sirius said, flapping a hand.
He's met the portrait of my mother. And creatures come a long way since we moved in. Even so,
Remus said, pursing his lips,
it's probably better that he doesn't hear. I'm not a baby,
Harry said quietly, looking at Remus. If Sirius hadn't had his arm around Harry, hadn't had physical proof that Harry was there, he'd have sworn, on his life, the speaker was James. Remus, too, looked rattled, but composed himself quickly.
Harry, if I believed that, I wouldn't have told you about Greyback,
he said.
I'm just suggesting that Sirius shouldn't tell you everything, about that, at least. Why not?
Harry asked.
Because, as your godfather, it's his job to shelter you from stories like that. So you think I shouldn't hear about kids being sent to bed hungry because their relatives don't like them, or told not to ask questions?
The worst part wasn't what Harry was saying. It was the way he said it, not angrily, or bitterly, but calmly, with a hint of exasperation that made Sirius think he cared more about the impact the words would have on Remus, than about the things that had happened. It made Sirius want to break something.
Or locked in a cupboard for a week.
Remus' head snapped around.
I never knew that,
he said, staring at Sirius.
Why didn't you ever say anything? He's not talking about me,
Sirius said through clenched teeth. You left him there, you let that happen.
And he left off that he was told that James and Lily died in a car crash, and that he hadn't been told that he was magical,
Sirius said, doing his best to ignore the potion. Everything seemed to go silent. It hadn't been overly loud before, it had just been them talking, but somehow the lack of noise seemed more pronounced.
No,
Remus said, turning to look at Harry, who shrugged, but held his gaze. Remus swallowed noisily, not seeming sure what to say. His eyes were very bright.
If the way the Dursleys gave me to Padfoot was any indication,
Harry murmured,
then I think they'd have given me to Greyback even if I wasn't a werewolf.
Remus sank into the back of his couch.
I'm so very sorry. I didn't know.
He whispered, shaking his head. Harry shrugged.
I knew they were unpleasant but... Harry, I swear, if I'd had any idea, I would have done... well, something. Probably kidnapped you myself, before this prat could.
He flashed a smile at Sirius to show there was no sting behind the words, but it didn't reach his eyes. He was obviously still quite shaken. Sirius couldn't blame him. He had been too. Harry shrugged.
It doesn't matter now. Not really.
He gave Sirius a brilliant smile and Sirius squeezed his shoulder.
But,
Remus began, but Sirius caught his eye and shook his head. Harry had shrugged several times in the last few minutes and Sirius knew him well enough to recognize it as a warning sign. Remus swallowed again.
Have you told him about the night you ran away?
He croaked finally, looking at Sirius. Sirius inclined his head.
But not specifics.
If he ever told Harry about that night, it wouldn't be until he was much older. Remus nodded and looked relieved. The three of them were silent. Remus was staring at nothing in particular and opened his mouth to say something several times before thinking better of it. Harry was watching the photographs on Remus' mantel with an unreadable expression. Sirius was thinking, rather morbidly, about what a messed up pair he and his godson were, all three of them, actually. But we're healing. Slowly, but we're getting there. And Harry's young. Young enough that the years of his life that he remembers the best will be good ones. Sirius silently promised to make sure of that. Remus cleared his throat and looked at Harry. Harry watched him curiously.
You know,
he said,
I had a horrible aunt too.
Harry cocked his head and Remus smiled ruefully.
Aunt Catherine. I think she died some 20 times during my years at Hogwarts to excuse my monthly absences. It was petty, but it made up, somewhat, for the way she treated me. She didn't approve of my being a werewolf, you see.
Harry was smiling slightly and seemed to realize that Remus was trying to make amends for suggesting Harry was too young to hear certain stories. Sirius also supposed, that Harry, whose relatives hadn't approved of him being a wizard, could relate.
Now who's sharing childhood traumas?
Sirius muttered.
I always was a hypocrite,
Remus said wryly.
She deserved every death Remus gave her,
Sirius told Harry. He had met Remus' Aunt Catherine over the Easter holidays in his 3rd year. He and Remus had cast a tricky little charm on her chocolate eggs which made them impossible to bite into. They had enjoyed several minutes of watching the egg contort out of the way of her mouth, to her great irritation, and then made it explode, coating her in sticky, strawberry-scented goo.
Horrible cow!
Harry muttered something that sounded like,
Aunt March.
Sirius asked. Harry shrugged.
Nothing.
Nothing my arse. I'll ask later, when you think I've forgotten. Sirius hid a grin. Just you wait.
Catherine moved to France a few years ago,
Remus said, rather cheerfully.
Haven't seen her since. How are your parents?
Sirius asked. As he said it, he realized that Remus lived alone here, and that his parents hadn't been wealthy enough to buy another house without selling the one they owned. Remus wasn't well enough off to buy it from them, either. Sirius winced.
I'm sorry, Moony.
He began. See, you can't even open your mouth without being insensitive. Shut up.
It's all right, you didn't know.
Remus took a deep breath.
My mother actually was sick, in the end.
He laughed bitterly.
Cancer. It's a Muggle disease, but she was Muggle-born, so.
He cleared his throat.
She died 3 years ago. My father wasn't ever the same. Matt, the same Matt that knows now, Sirius.
He added,
helped me look after him until. I'm sorry,
Sirius said, feeling like a complete prat.
It's all right,
Remus assured him. It was silent again. This time, Sirius plotted ways that he could coax a story about Aunt Marge out of his godson. When he had got the truth about Lily's sister's family out of him, Harry had been rather emotional and thus more willing to speak. That and Sirius had promised him a story or favor in return, which Harry had not yet asked for, Sirius realized, but he didn't think that would work this time. He glanced sideways. Harry was frowning at his trainers and smelled thoughtful. Sirius couldn't identify any sense stronger than that, but that wasn't surprising. Sometimes, but certainly not always, when a person was deep in thought, the emotions they were feeling didn't always become physical, because the person was so focused, mentally. What did interest Sirius was that Harry had quite willingly shared some of the worst details about the Dursleys with Remus. He didn't think Harry was suddenly opening up, he was still a reasonably private person. Perhaps Harry was feeling emotional now? He had had a big day, after all. Or perhaps he was just starting to trust Remus. Remus was easy to trust and he had known Harry for a few weeks now. Or perhaps...
The cupboard,
Remus said quietly, breaking the silence.
What?
Harry and Sirius asked together.
You said he'd be in a cupboard,
Remus murmured, looking at Sirius.
That was why, wasn't it? Oh,
Sirius said, understanding now.
Yeah. You were right, you know,
Remus added.
He was in the spare room.
Sirius smiled and turned to look at Harry, who had suddenly gone very still. No doubt he was embarrassed. He blinked and the smile slipped off. Harry's face was not red, but the color of parchment.
What is it?
Sirius asked, twisting to get a better look at his face. Harry swallowed and his eyes darted from Sirius to Remus. He swallowed again and ran a hand through his hair, in an agitated sort of manner, rather than in the habitual manner James had had. Harry cleared his throat and stood.
There's something I think you should see.
End of chapter. Chapter 27, An Ingenious Plan.
I don't know,
Moony muttered. He and Padfoot were holding a whispered conversation a few feet behind Harry.
What do you mean you don't know?
Padfoot hissed.
It's your bloody house. Surely you know everything that's in it.
Moony was silent for a moment and then a soft,
"Oh,"
escaped him.
What?
Padfoot asked, but Moony didn't say anything. Harry opened the door to the spare bedroom. He felt odd doing this. It wasn't his house, after all, and he really shouldn't be leading the other two around in it as if it was, but he thought that showing and then telling would work better than telling and then showing. He just hoped that Moony wouldn't mind Harry going through his things. He hadn't meant to find the box. It just sort of happened, he thought guiltily. Harry headed straight for the cupboard he had hidden in earlier.
This was your parents' old room, wasn't it?
Padfoot asked Moony.
A guest room now,
Moony replied, as Harry pulled a large box out into the middle of the room.
It is,
he said, more to himself than anyone else. Harry lifted the cardboard lid off, set it down and then reached in and pulled out a mirror the size of a small book.
Do you mind?
He asked Moony, nervously. Moony shook his head and gestured for Harry to do as he pleased. He seemed to have forgotten how to talk. Wordlessly, Harry passed the mirror to Padfoot.
That's not possible,
he whispered. His hands trembled.
I saw him. You saw him.
Harry bit his lip and fished another object out of the box. It was a photograph, the same photograph that he and Padfoot had been seeing through the mirror for the last few months. Harry had been right about Lily being there. She was standing off to one side, out of the mirror's line of sight, apparently talking to James. Padfoot stared at it and let out a noisy breath.
So, this is where it went, hey? Where what? Lily and James' things,
Padfoot said softly.
How did you end up with everything? Peter died,
Moony said.
And you went to Azkaban? Rightfully, it should have gone to you, Harry, but Dumbledore said your aunt wouldn't have any of it in the house. No surprises there,
Harry muttered, glancing at the photograph of his parents again. Both beamed and waved at him. He waved back, shyly.
I had forgotten all of this was in here,
Moony murmured, crouching down beside the box. He pulled out a dusty textbook and then tossed it back in.
I didn't want any of it, to be honest, too many painful memories, but it was that or the Ministry get everything. Can we put it away?
Padfoot asked, dropping the mirror back into the box. His voice sounded rather shaky.
We'll go through it later, but not now,
Moony croaked, nodding. Harry slowly replaced the photograph. Moony picked the lid up and covered the box again. He carried it back to the cupboard and closed the door, while Harry watched. He was curious about the box, but he was prepared to wait. He had waited 8 years already, hadn't he? And he had had longer to get over the shock of finding it than the other two. Harry followed Padfoot back out into the main part of the cottage. Padfoot sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. For a moment Harry thought he might be crying, but he wasn't making any noise and he wasn't shaking. Moony re-entered a moment later, glanced at Padfoot, and went straight to the kitchen bench at the back of the room. There was some rummaging through cupboards as Mooney searched for matches and then a frustrated sigh. Mooney, very apologetically, asked Harry to go outside and into the forest until he could only just see the cottage, count slowly to 100 and then come back.
Sorry, couldn't risk the trace,
Mooney said sheepishly, as Harry walked in.
Here.
Thanks, Harry said, taking the teacup. He sat down next to Padfoot, who had his own mirror out and was staring into its dark screen. It appeared to be showing the side of the box.
Padfoot. Yeah, kiddo?
Padfoot asked, looking up.
Are you?
Fine, Padfoot said, with an attempt at a smile.
Thanks, Mooney.
He added, as Mooney passed him a steaming cup. Harry and Mooney made feeble attempts at starting a conversation again, but Padfoot didn't even seem to hear them, and Harry could see Mooney's heart wasn't in it. I did this, he thought, glancing between the pair of them. I upset them. And I sent Padfoot to Marlene's. Snape would say he deserved it, but Snape's a git. And creature.
Sorry, he said. What was I saying?
Mooney asked.
Sorry, I missed that. Never mind.
Harry stood up and took his tea to the kitchen bench.
Am I allowed to go for a walk?
He asked.
I don't see why not,
Mooney said.
Just stay within sight of the cottage, all right?
Fine, Harry said. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket and strode toward the door.
Harry.
Harry turned slowly to look at Padfoot.
Do you have your wand, just in case?
Harry nodded and fled. He paced several laps of the garden, ventured into the forest and out again, and eventually wound up under an old tree at the bottom of the garden. He wedged himself into the earthy gap between two gnarled roots and stared out at the forest without really seeing, plucking at the grass that grew near his trainers. Much later, when the sky was dark and the waning moon had been up for several hours, Padfoot came to join him.
I'm sorry,
he said, without preamble, as he joined Harry at the base of the tree. Harry cocked his head and squinted to try to focus on Padfoot's face. It was too dark to make out his expression.
4.
Harry asked, confused.
Everything,
Padfoot said miserably.
I promised you a good life when I took you from your aunt and uncle. It is a good life,
Harry said at once.
I love living with you. Thanks, kiddo,
he said and then sniffed.
It's this stupid potion, it's like there's a Dementor living in my head or something and it makes me think things sometimes.
Harry didn't say anything. This was the first time Padfoot had spoken about it.
1 minute I'm happy and then all of a sudden I'm miserable. I can't control it. The hot chocolate helps, but it's in my head. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it and I'm terrified that I'm going to go mad before it wears off, because it's there all the time. It's better when I'm a dog, but the moment I change back, it's there again. Not even real Dementors were like that, they came and went, but this is their full time. How do you fight Dementors?
Harry asked suddenly, staring at the trees.
I know you treat their effects with chocolate, but how do you actually fight them?
He never had picked that book about Dementors up again after his disastrous night at Snape's.
They don't particularly like fire,
Padfoot said, shrugging. He had calmed down quite a bit.
But usually a Patronus will do it. A what? It's a spell. It basically conjures a protector out of your happy memories. So why don't you cast one?
Harry asked.
Your trace,
Padfoot said. His teeth flashed in the darkness, he was grinning. The mood swings were rather disconcerting.
Padfoot. I know. Couldn't help myself.
Padfoot sighed.
A few reasons. The first is, I'm sort of starved for happy memories at the moment. There's you and Moony, of course, oh, and Creature, I suppose, but even without this thing in my head, everything else is sort of, well, fucked. I'm sorry about Marlene,
Harry said.
I don't think any of us could have seen that coming. I mean, who just gets up and joins the Aurors after 8 years at home, alone?
Padfoot chuckled. It was strained, but it was still a laugh.
Anyway, the second and more important reason is that a Patronus is a physical thing. It's not going to do much good inside my head.
Padfoot jumped to his feet.
What?
Harry asked.
I've got to talk to Remus. I don't even know if it's possible, but I might have an idea.
He dashed back toward the house, shouting for Moony. Harry stared after him, completely and utterly confused, and also a little concerned. The potion had never made him happy before. Harry stood, deciding he had better make sure Padfoot was all right. Padfoot did indeed seem to be all right. When Harry entered, he looked up, beamed, and then went back to talking animatedly to Moony.
But is it possible?
He asked, leaping up to pace.
I've never heard of anything like this,
Moony said, but he looked interested.
Well, obviously,
Padfoot said pompously. He flopped back down onto the couch.
Someone as ingeniously clever as myself only comes along once every few millennia.
He was practically shaking with excitement, though.
You don't have any books on either, do you? I have one on basic occlumency,
Moony said, shifting over so Harry could sit down beside him. Padfoot was up and down so much that Harry was in danger of being sat on if he was on the other couch.
Really?
Padfoot asked, looking stunned.
What were you doing with that? Attempting to suppress my wolfish side on full moons. I needed another solution after. Any luck?
Padfoot asked, looking amused, despite the reference to Halloween.
Some,
Moony admitted.
I did actually manage to separate my human mind from my wolf one. I locked my human mind in a cage of silver, but I couldn't block it off completely because the wolf is me. I ended up with a splitting headache because I was trying to act on both at once. Thankfully, Belby finally got his act together and made the wolfsbane potion workable, and I could use that every few months to give myself a break. Genius,
Padfoot said. Then, he grinned.
What are the odds that two ingeniously clever people are born in the same? If you finish that sentence, I won't show you where I keep the book,
Moony warned. Harry sniggered. Padfoot pouted.
And you'll certainly want the book, because you won't have access to Grimald's library for at least a few days.
Padfoot opened his mouth, and sucked in a noisy breath. Moony and Harry waited.
Fine,
he said, exhaling.
It's in the bookcase in my bedroom,
Moony said. Padfoot bounded to his feet. Fetch! Moony added. Padfoot arched an eyebrow and disappeared into the other part of the cottage.
You shouldn't have said that,
Harry told Moony.
What could he posse?
At that moment, a black mass of fur bounced back into the room, with Moony's book held securely between his teeth.
Serious?
Moony squawked, while Harry roared with laughter.
Put it down, drop it. You're getting it all wet.
Padfoot dropped the book in Mooney's lap and gave him an enormous lick on the cheek before jumping up. His wagging tail hit Harry's shoulder.
"Padfoot,"
Harry said, swatting his tail as it knocked his glasses.
"I forgot what a prat you are,"
Mooney lamented, drying his face and then the book with his sleeve.
"Other than this morning, you've been so quiet and well behaved,"
he added, shoving Padfoot's nose away from the book.
"You're not having this back until you transform,"
Padfoot whined.
"And get off. You're crushing us both."
He gave Padfoot's shoulder a push. Padfoot hardly moved. In fact, he stretched, and sat down, draped across the pair of them, and began to nose the book again.
"I give up,"
Mooney said. He managed to extract himself and stood. As he turned toward the kitchen, Harry thought he saw a smile.
"Here,"
Harry laughed, reaching for the book. Padfoot turned around so that he was facing Harry.
"Tell me when you want the page turned."
He opened the book, resting it against the arm of the couch, and Padfoot started to read. Whenever he wanted the page turned, he'd make a quiet hoofing noise and Harry would oblige. Mooney suddenly stopped whatever he was doing in the kitchen and disappeared into the hallway. Assuming he was just using the bathroom, Harry went back to turning pages. Several minutes later, however, there was a quiet click, and Mooney vanished down the hall again, holding what looked suspiciously like a camera. Harry scowled, but it was too late to do anything now. The picture had already been taken, and he was too comfortable to move anyway. Padfoot whined and nudged his hand, and Harry settled back into the couch. Harry and Padfoot spent 3 nights at Mooney's cottage, just to be sure they wouldn't arrive home while the Aurors were searching it. Mooney had been out with Malfoy's search on the Sunday and Monday mornings so that no one would get suspicious, and so Harry and Padfoot had had the cottage to themselves for those times. Harry was still curious about the box of his parents' things, particularly because he was sleeping in that bedroom, while Padfoot had taken the couch in the living room, but wasn't eager to bring it up again. He figured he'd wait until either Padfoot or Mooney remembered it. Padfoot still seemed intrigued by his occlumency idea. Harry didn't completely understand it because Padfoot got so excited when he talked about it that he stopped making sense, and spent quite a lot of time poring over Mooney's occlumency book. He often did that in the afternoons, when Mooney was around to keep Harry entertained. Otherwise, Harry was left to struggle with Regulus' stupid puzzle. Mooney taught Harry how to play Real Exploding Snap and also play Dumbledore's game. When they weren't doing that, Mooney would take him for walks through the forest and tell him stories about his years at Hogwarts. Sometimes Padfoot joined them for the walks, sometimes he'd go as a human and he and Mooney would bicker about who came up with the idea for what prank, or who said what, and other times he'd go as a dog and chase hares and birds for Harry's amusement. With the exception of not being able to go home, and not knowing how Creature was, life was pretty good. Rough hands shook Sirius awake on Tuesday morning.
"What's going on?"
he asked, blinking himself awake. Remus was standing over him, looking terrified.
"Get up! Get up!"
Sirius was hauled unceremoniously off the couch and shoved out the front door. His wand landed with a clatter on the stone path and his pillow and blanket followed with a whump. The door slammed shut and then there were quick, thumping footsteps and the sound of another door slamming. "What the bloody hell is going on?" Sirius thought groggily, sliding down the door to the ground. "He doesn't want you," the Dementor's draft whispered. There was a whooshing sound, the sound of something hitting Mooney's floorboards, and then a cheerful voice said,
"Sorry, I've got ash all over the place."
Sirius grabbed his wand. He's betrayed you.
Don't worry about it. Let me help, I know a charm. No.
Moony shouted.
Here, let me get a dustpan. Would you like anything? Food? A drink?
Looks like she's here for a while, then. Sirius groaned and let his head fall back against the door.
What was that?
The woman asked.
Wind,
Remus said.
Oh, right. I'll have tea if you're offering.
There were noises inside, footsteps, Remus sweeping, the woman sitting down on one of the couches or maybe the armchair, and also of running water and a match being lit. Remus had bought some when he was out so that Harry didn't need to go outside whenever they made tea.
I didn't wake you, did I? No,
Remus said.
Is Mad-Eye visiting too?
Mad-Eye? No, it can't be. Sirius stuffed his blankets and pillows into the bushes that grew against the house and then got up as quietly as he could and crept around the back of the cottage so that he could peek through the window above the kitchen bench. He hoped Remus didn't mind he was somewhat trampling a shrub with clumps of white flowers to do so. Just as he tried to look in, however, the window opened and Hedwig was shooed out. Her wing clipped his cheek and he swore, ducking down.
What are you doing?
Remus hissed in a voice too low for anyone but Sirius to hear.
If she sees you, we're both dead. And get off of my geraniums.
It seems Remus does mind, Sirius thought, sniggering. Remus made a frustrated noise and snapped the window shut.
Something seems to have been attacking my garden,
he heard Remus say.
I suppose you live close enough to the forest that things can just wander in,
the woman, who Sirius suspected might be his cousin's daughter, said. He was desperate to talk to her. If that was the case, how often did he get that chance? But wasn't sure how to go about that. Unless... Yes, he thought. That'll work. I can talk to her and mortify Moony at the same time. Serves him right for throwing me outside. Sirius transformed and ran back around the front as a dog, and then continued down the stone path through the little gate that led to the forest. He ran until he couldn't see the house anymore and then transformed back and began casting spells to change his appearance, his voice, and his clothes. He transfigured his pajama bottoms into a pair of long lacy robes and several pebbles into various pieces of gaudy jewelry. He turned 2 more leaves, brown ones this time, into shoes, and then tucked his wand into his pocket and headed back through the forest. It took him longer as a human, but if he ran, he'd look ruffled and that wouldn't do if he wanted this to work. He practiced his walk on the way back, until it was just the way he remembered it. He took a deep breath, lifted his chin and pushed the door open.
Remus, darling,
he said, not looking at either of them. He could smell Remus' shock and horror, but it quickly changed into suspicion and then changed again into an odd mix between amusement and irritation. He doesn't want you here, the potion whispered. I'm not even me, so shut up, Sirius snapped. Astoundingly, it did. It had been a little weaker these past few days, ever since he had come up with his idea, as if it knew its time was almost up. At least he hoped it was. There was a chance that it might not work.
I really do wish you had come. It was lovely, there were all these little birds and I even saw a badger, Remio, oh.
He allowed himself to look at Nymphadora, and it was her, because who else did he know that could have bright white hair and not look older than 18? If he remembered correctly, her hair went white when she was surprised. She certainly looked it, her mouth was hanging open and her eyes, dark like Ted's, were wide.
Remus,
Sirius said accusingly.
who is this? I thought you told me you weren't dating anyone. I'm Tonks,
Nymphadora said faintly.
And, we aren't. A pleasure,
Sirius said, holding out a hand for her to shake. Nymphadora looked at the long, purple nail Sirius had given himself and then shook.
Well,
he huffed, looking at Remus, who still looked stunned.
I can see my useless nephew isn't about to introduce us. Honestly, I don't know where his manners are this morning. I'm Catherine Lupin. I do hope Remus has at least offered you tea, dear.
Yeah, yes, Nymphadora stuttered, sitting back down.
And breakfast.
She gestured to her cup and plate of eggs.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had.
She shot Remus an apologetic look.
I can meet you at the leaky. Nonsense!
Sirius exclaimed.
Now, is it just Tonks or does something come before or after it? Just Tonks,
Nymphadora said. Sirius clicked his tongue.
What were your parents thinking? Tonks is no name for a young lady.
He glanced at Remus, who looked mortified. Perfect, Sirius thought.
Well,
he said.
Aren't you going to offer me a cup of tea and a plate of eggs too?
Remus stared.
And get my chair. Right.
Remus stood up, face flaming, and pulled Sirius' chair out for him.
Thank you, lovely,
Sirius said, batting his eyelashes as he sat down.
You're welcome,
Remus said in a sugar-sweet voice that told Sirius that, if Nymphadora hadn't been there, he would have throttled him instead. Remus walked over to the kitchen, filled a cup, loaded a plate and brought both back.
So, how was your walk? It was wonderful,
Sirius said. On the inside, he was laughing so hard he was crying. On the outside, he was sure he looked like a pompous, older woman.
Next time you simply must come with me. Yeah, yes,
Remus said.
I'll do that.
Sirius beamed at him. Remus stabbed his eggs. So, Sirius said, loading a tiny mouthful onto his fork.
How do you know Remus, Tonks? Are you dating him? I assure you, you can do better.
Remus' forehead hit the table with a thump.
Dear, you'll get food in your hair. Sit up properly. There's a good boy.
Remus looked longingly at his fork, as if he might stab Sirius with it.
We're not dating,
Nymphadora said.
We work together. Oh. You must be working for the Malfoy boy.
Yes, Nymphadora said carefully. Sirius was impressed. She had managed to keep her hair one color for the whole conversation.
Lovely,
Sirius said, daintily nibbling a piece of egg off of the end of his fork.
You know, Remus, this silver really could use a good polish. It's not silver,
Remus said.
It's steel. It doesn't need polishing. I suppose this is one of your Muggle contraptions,
Sirius said, glaring at his fork as if it had mortally offended him.
Just eat,
Remus sighed.
I will,
Sirius said haughtily.
I'm just making sure you're aware that I'm not happy about this steel situation.
Nymphadora chuckled into her teacup. Sirius grinned into his.
So, are you any closer to finding that awful black boy?
Nymphadora looked at Remus.
Not really,
he said.
I remember him,
Sirius told Nymphadora in the proud way old women have.
Good friends with Remus here. Such a charming boy. Good blood, the son of 2 blacks if I remember rightly. Handsome boy, too.
He couldn't help adding.
Such a shame, really, that he turned out so horrid. I never would have thought he'd do all those terrible things. I hear he's stealing children now. Yes, he took Harry,
Remus said.
James and Lily's son. Do you remember them? James. Oh, yes. The Potter boy.
Sirius added, as if Nymphadora didn't already know that.
Lovely child, good blood, like black, but he had horrendously untidy hair and those silly glasses. I don't know why his parents didn't take him to St. Mungo's and just have his eyes fixed. You can't fix eyes,
Remus said, smiling for the first time. Nymphadora nodded.
You just put a spell on in the place of glasses and it has to be reinforced every few hours. Is that right?
Sirius asked.
James was always scared it'd wear off somewhere he couldn't renew it,
Remus said. Sirius had to fight not to smile. He had forgotten about that.
Scared?
He said instead.
And that boy was a Gryffindor, wasn't he? Goodness, how ridiculous. The Evans girl was a Gryffindor too, wasn't she? Brave girl, that one. You all went to school together, didn't you?
Remus nodded.
Very clever, wasn't she? How Potter managed to win her over is beyond me. Patience,
Remus said dryly.
Perhaps,
Sirius said primly, struggling to keep a smile off again.
But I suppose she was a Muggle-born girl and he was a pure blood. It's not very often that it happens, is it?
As he had hoped, Nymphadora cleared her throat. Sirius mentally praised himself. Remus could argue all he wanted, but Sirius was ingeniously clever.
My parents are like that, she said. Are they really?
Nymphadora nodded.
And they're happily married?
Sirius asked, curious to hear about his favorite cousin.
Blood's never been a problem. Not for them. Mum's family doesn't like it, but we don't see them. Hardly surprising,
Sirius sniffed, cheering on the inside.
I'd be upset if any daughter of mine married below her social class. No offense, dear. None taken,
Nymphadora said frostily. Sirius took a sip to hide his grin. Nymphadora was close to her parents, then.
Well, thank you very much for the breakfast, Remus dear, and it was interesting to meet you, Tonks.
Nymphadora smiled, but it was more like a grimace. Sirius didn't blame her. Aunt Catherine was an offensive woman, and he had played her perfectly.
Where are you going?
Remus asked, looking relieved he was leaving.
To have a lie down before my portkey leaves,
Sirius snapped, doing his best impersonation of a cranky old witch.
You'll be gone when I come home, then?
Remus asked.
My house elf will be fussing as it is,
Sirius said.
And I, quite frankly, think I have performed my family duties. You're doing? Not well, but you're not dead, I suppose, so that's got to count for something.
Nymphadora looked angry.
Yes, it's time I went home. Lovely as my walk was this morning, I smell like a forest and that simply won't do. I have a friend coming for dinner tonight. A very dear friend, and I shudder to imagine what he'd think if he saw me looking like this in my own home. I'm sure he'd be horrified,
Remus said, but his eyes were gleaming. He had got the message that he was invited to dinner. Sirius stuck his nose in the air, pulled open the door to the spare room and marched in. He heard Remus laughing and apologizing to Nymphadora in the main part of the cottage and the sound of them clearing the table. Without magic, he hoped. In the room Sirius was in, however, A very nervous-looking Harry was sitting stiffly in bed. Oddly, he wasn't wearing his glasses and it was strange to see him without them.
"Oh dear,"
Sirius said, still using Aunt Catherine's voice. "It's times like this that I love magic."
"I thought this was the bathroom." "The bathroom's next door,"
Harry said.
"Thank you."
Sirius turned, as if he was about to leave, and then stopped.
"Do I know you?"
Sirius asked, frowning at Harry.
"I don't think I've seen you before,"
Harry said apologetically.
"Humph. Are you Remus' son? He never told me about any son." "I'm his nephew." "Remus is an only child." "No, he isn't,"
Harry said. His hand had disappeared under his pillow, where Sirius thought he might have put his wand.
"Get Remus, he'll tell you." "Very good,"
Sirius said approvingly.
"Sorry, what?"
Harry asked.
"The leaky cauldron."
Nymphadora's voice said and the flow whooshed in the main part of the house. Remus' voice said it shortly after.
"It's me, kiddo,"
Sirius said, grinning. Harry twitched at the name but continued to look politely confused.
"Who's me?"
Harry asked.
"Sirius."
Harry's eyes narrowed.
"I don't believe you."
He hesitated and pulled out his wand. Sirius swore.
"I heard people in the other room. You're an Auror, aren't you?" "Kiddo, whatever you do, don't use that wand."
Harry's wand didn't move.
"What pet did Dudley have on the night we left Privet Drive?" "How the bloody hell am I supposed to know?"
Sirius grumbled.
"Was it a toad?"
Harry's expression hardened.
"No, a tortoise." "It was a tortoise."
Harry continued to look suspicious.
"I have a feeling you and Mad Eye are going to get on splendidly, if you ever have the chance to meet,"
Sirius said, running a hand through his hair.
"Here, watch. Don't hex me."
He morphed into Padfoot and Harry relaxed.
"Why were you dressed like an old lady?"
Harry asked, looking disgusted. Sirius barked a laugh and transformed again so that he could answer. Harry burst out laughing. Sirius looked like himself again, but he was still wearing Aunt Catherine's lacy black robes, heavy necklaces and ugly rings, since they weren't part of him, and hadn't been undone after his transformation.
"Oh, shut up,"
he told Harry, who was clutching his stomach. Harry promptly ignored him.
"Fine,"
he muttered.
"You want to laugh? I'll make you laugh." "And no,"
Harry protested, as Sirius dove onto the bed and started to tickle him. Remus stepped out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron and almost trod on Nymphadora, who had fallen flat on her face. He offered her a hand, which she accepted, blushing, and they made their way over to the usual table. Arabella and Matt were already there. Dirk didn't come on Tuesdays and Debbie only did afternoons on Tuesdays, and waved them over.
"How are you doing, Talk?"
Matt asked.
"Remus." "Good, thank you,"
Nymphadora said.
"Are you feeling better? Remus said you were sick on Saturday."
Arabella said, giving her a sympathetic smile. Nymphadora shot Remus a grateful look. While Remus was a little perturbed about Arabella's acting abilities, she had spent the last 2 days, since Nymphadora hadn't been there, asking whether they should trust her, and whether Remus had had a chance to ask about the way she had disappeared just before Sirius showed up.
"I'm feeling a lot better, thank you." My mother was glad for an excuse to fuss, I think.
She shifted uncomfortably.
How've you all been? Well, Mr. Tibbles.
Arabella started to tell Nymphadora a story about one of her cats. Whether she trusted her or not, Nymphadora was a willing set of ears for Arabella. Matt was looking sharper today. The effects of his full moon medication had worn off fully now. He finished the last of the toast he had in front of him and pushed his plate away.
He's safe, then,
he murmured, sniffing. Remus thought Harry was right. Most people wouldn't notice the movement unless they knew to look for it. Remus inclined his head.
And that's still a good thing.
Remus nodded again. Matt grinned.
Just making sure. What are you grinning about?
Arabella asked.
Remus is just telling me about his houseguest,
Matt said easily.
Oh,
Nymphadora said, her expression darkening.
Her.
Matt mouthed, looking confused.
My Aunt Catherine,
Remus said cheerfully.
Horrible woman. She's leaving today, thank Godric.
He caught Matt's eye and winked. Matt's eyes widened and then he sniggered, obviously understanding.
I'll stay with buses again today, Remus.
Arabella asked.
If you would like.
Arabella stood and gave Remus a very pointed look before tilting her head at Nymphadora. Remus nodded and Arabella adjusted her handbag and left.
Where should I go?
Matt asked.
King's Cross is probably a good place to look,
Remus said.
But not to find,
he heard Matt whisper. Nymphadora didn't hear it. Remus glanced up at Matt, and grinned, shaking his head. Matt grinned back and sauntered out of the pub.
Ready?
Remus asked Nymphadora. She nodded and stood.
We're just walking again, right?
Remus inclined his head.
So, have I missed anything? I didn't get a chance to ask with your aunt there. I assume you've heard about Saturday?
Remus asked, pushing the pub door open. She grimaced.
Moody's promised not to call me away today, no matter what happens. Speaking of Saturday, though, I might actually know more about it than you. Remember McKinnon that we were talking about? Marlene?
Remus asked, pretending to look surprised.
I've got to remember that,
she muttered.
But yes, her.
Nymphadora glanced around and lowered her voice.
Apparently, Sirius was in her house. You're kidding. Is she all right?
Remus asked quickly.
Was she hurt? She's fine,
Nymphadora said, scuffing one of her shoes on the pavement as they waited to cross the road.
Apparently, though, she lives right next door to Sirius' mum's old place. I knew that,
Remus admitted. There was no point denying it since he had been to both places in his school years. And far more recently, but she doesn't need to know that.
I suppose you would,
Nymphadora said, sounding thoughtful.
I assume they searched it,
Remus said carefully. Nymphadora nodded.
Did they find anything? Does it look like he and Harry have been there? No,
she said, her face falling. Her hair had a slightly blue tinge to it.
Apparently there's a grumpy painting, a crazy old house elf and lots of dust but not much else. Are they still searching it?
She shook her head.
The last search was last night. Nothing's changed since the first one, so they've given up. Sirius is probably overseas by now.
Probably, Remus agreed, sighing for effect.
Lupin. Oh, brilliant,
Remus groaned.
First Aunt Catherine.
Other than the left-out references about werewolves, Sirius had done an uncannily good job of being her, which Remus couldn't wait to tease him about.
And now him.
Nymphadora gave him a brief, sympathetic look before her expression became haughty. Lucius Malfoy was striding toward them, alone this time.
Theodora,
Malfoy said, giving her a polite smile.
Mr. Malfoy,
Nymphadora replied, in a tone which matched his.
How are you, sir? I need a word with Lupin, if that's all right.
I am right here, you know, Remus thought irritably. Instead, he smiled.
Take as long as you need,
Nymphadora said, smiling at Malfoy, as if she was relieved he was taking Remus away.
He can find me later. Where will you be?
Remus asked.
You're the lead searcher,
she said, arching an eyebrow.
I'm sure you'll work it out.
Malfoy smirked and gestured for Remus to follow him. He glanced back at Nymphadora who mouthed, sorry.
And I'll be here.
At him. He gave her a reassuring smile and followed Malfoy back to the leaky cauldron.
I've been thinking,
Malfoy began, sitting down at a table in the corner of the room. There were several witty responses Remus could have used, but he swallowed all of them and sat down instead.
About the Potter boy. What about him?
Remus asked carefully.
You got to know him in the hospital, did you not? I suppose so,
Remus said.
Why? What was the boy like? He seemed fond of Sirius,
Remus offered, since several people could confirm that.
And he got on well with Dumbledore.
Malfoy sneered.
Did he? Yes. Why the sudden curiosity?
Remus couldn't help asking.
That's no concern of yours,
Malfoy said coolly.
Based on what you saw, which house do you think he would fit into at Hogwarts?
Remus had no idea.
I only knew him for a week. Intelligence was, if I remember correctly, your singular, redeeming quality, Lupin,
Malfoy drawled.
I would be troubled to learn you had lost that too.
Malfoy watched him for a moment.
An answer, please, Lupin. Give me a moment to think about it,
Remus snapped. Where would Harry belong? He wasn't overly bookish but he was still reasonably clever, maybe clever enough for Ravenclaw, but Remus couldn't be certain. He was loyal to Sirius, if his behavior at St. Mungo's had been any indication, and had worked hard to try to find a solution to the Dementor's draft problem, like a Hufflepuff might. His loyalty could also be a Gryffindor trait, particularly because Harry had been willing to step between Sirius and an unknown spell of Remus back in May. He was brave too, for going to the cave, and the way he had wanted to go to Marlene's the moment he heard Sirius was in danger showed the rashness of Gryffindors. But then, Harry was also used to keeping secrets. That wasn't necessarily a Slytherin trait, because Remus had been used to secrets by that age too, but it could be. Harry had tricked everyone with the tea in St. Mungo's and he had lied to them as well, which was a decidedly Slytherin thing to do, or so Remus thought. Loyalty was a Slytherin trait too, they were good at self-preservation, and if Harry didn't want to go back to his aunt and uncles, Sirius was his best bet. And he didn't like to be treated like a child, he had made that obvious several times now, but that was a trait that could belong to any of the houses, a Ravenclaw's thirst for knowledge, a Hufflepuff's desire for equality, a Gryffindor's want to be included, no matter what, or a Slytherin's fear of being overlooked.
I really don't know,
he said, and made a mental note to ask Sirius this very question at some point tonight.
Guess,
Malfoy snapped.
Gryffindor,
he said after a moment. Malfoy looked irritated.
Or maybe Slytherin. He's not plain enough for Hufflepuff,
Malfoy said, nodding.
And he seemed to like company too much to be a Ravenclaw, or so I'm assuming. He must have been desperate to have someone around if he was willing to put up with you for an entire week. Hufflepuffs are anything but plain,
Remus muttered, thinking of Nymphadora.
And if you knew all of this, why did you ask? I wanted another opinion. The minister suggested Gryffindor or Slytherin, his junior undersecretary thought Hufflepuff or Gryffindor, and Dumbledore thought Gryffindor or Slytherin. Why do you want to know?
Remus asked again.
I already told you that was none of your concern,
Malfoy drawled.
Resume your searching. I have things to do.
Malfoy strode out to the courtyard that connected the pub to Diagon Alley. Remus watched him go, wondering what in Godric's name he was up to. For a moment, Remus considered following him but decided it wasn't worth it. He'd just have to remember to keep a closer eye on Malfoy from now on. Sighing, he got to his feet and left the pub, headed back to where he hoped Nymphadora was still waiting. He could use some good company after that little ordeal.
Lucius.
Narcissa knocked once on her husband's study door and then pushed it open. Lucius was sitting at his desk. That was hardly surprising, but what did surprise her was the man standing before the desk.
Hello, Severus,
she said, arching an eyebrow.
Narcissa,
he said, bowing slightly. Narcissa gave Lucius a suspicious look, but he didn't see it. He only sought Severus' counsel when something was troubling him, or if there was something wrong with Draco. Since she knew Draco was currently harassing Dobby in the kitchen, though she had told him not to treat the elf that way, and was therefore perfectly happy, it was obviously the former.
Is everything all right?
She asked, going to stand beside Lucius. She picked up his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze.
Continue with what you were saying, Severus,
Lucius said. Severus looked mildly annoyed to be ordered around but said nothing.
There is nothing more I can tell you, he said. The hat is protected by ancient magic from any spells or potions that might change its mind. It cannot be tricked. I've heard of it taking a child's preferences into account, but I believe that to be rumor. If a child does not belong somewhere, it will not place them there. You're certain? Positive,
Severus said, giving a jerky nod.
Dobby.
Dobby appeared with a crack. He bowed deeply to each of them in turn.
Show Professor Snape out. This way, sir,
Dobby squeaked, leading Severus to the door.
Always a pleasure, Lucius,
Severus said.
Narcissa.
Narcissa waited until the door had closed behind the pair before she turned to Lucius.
Well,
she snapped.
I'm as fond of Severus as you, Lucius, but the last time he was here, it was to help you make that horrible little man into a pet for our sons. It'll have to be the hard way,
Lucius murmured.
I'd feared that would be the case. I beg your pardon. Nothing for you to worry about, dear. I'll be the judge of that.
She suddenly spotted the books on his desk.
The Four Founders.
She read.
History of the Houses? Going for Gold, a Gryffindor story? Are you finally agreeing?
She had fought long and hard with Lucius over whether the boy's child go to Hogwarts, her preference, or Durmstrang, his preference. Lucius had been oddly quiet about that these past few months, which usually meant Narcissa had won.
And if I have, then it's about time,
she told him. Lucius grimaced. She, of course, knew he wouldn't have agreed with her unless there was something in it for him. Since she hadn't yet stopped talking to him, as she would have if he was still set on Durmstrang by mid-September, or sent him to sleep in the guest room instead of their room, it wasn't any reason she was aware of.
But why are you interested in Gryffindor? What are you planning? Harry Potter will be in either Gryffindor or Slytherin,
he said.
The point, Lucius?
She asked wearily.
Well,
he said, looking a little nervous now.
There are 2 possible houses, and we have 2 sons. No,
she said flatly.
This is not for discussion, Narcissa,
he said, strict all of a sudden. Bossing her around was likely to make her resist him, and he seemed to remember that a moment later. He took her hand, and this time, his tone was soft and persuasive.
We need Harry Potter on our side, and there is no better way to accomplish this than with the boys. They are our sons,
she snapped, tearing her hand out of his.
They are not chess pieces in your silly political games, Lucius. If you want him befriended, do it yourself. How do you suggest I do that, while he's hidden away with Black?
He asked flatly.
I don't know, and nor do I particularly care,
she told him.
Perhaps you can apply for the defense position when he starts Hogwarts. Dumbledore would never allow it. So you have enough time to try to train one of our sons to behave like a Gryffindor, but not enough time to try to win over an old man.
Lucius glared at her.
An old man, who, I might add, is fond of second chances. Everything will be. If you say fine, Lucius, I swear I'll never speak to you again. It will not be fine. Your plan, correct me if I am wrong, is to set our family up to follow the Potter boy, yes? Yes. And, let's ignore the fact that he's a third of your age, you claim this boy will be the next pure-blood champion. Yes.
Narcissa shook her head.
If you think he'll give a damn about us and our ways after a few years with my muggle-loving cousin, you're delusional. The fact that you think there's a chance of him ending up in Gryffindor proves that. He'll grow up echoing Dumbledore's beliefs, and Sirius, and all we'll get out of it is a blood traitor son and a stain on the Malfoy name. We have nothing to gain, and everything to lose.
She took a deep breath.
Even if Harry Potter turns out to be the next Dark Lord, what happens if or when your former Lord returns, as Bella thinks he will? Bella's mad. Bellatrix is my sister, and I will not tolerate insults about her while I am within hearing,
she said coldly.
And what if, Lucius? Would we rejoin him and forsake Potter, or would we rely on Potter to protect us? We would rejoin him,
Lucius said. Narcissa let out a moan.
Then you sign your own son's death warrant? Anyone associated with the Potter boy will be destroyed. Were it to come to that, Draco would be in a prime position to gather information on Potter, something the Dark Lord would, were he to return, reward him greatly for. It's Draco, then?
She asked, feeling her heart freeze a little. Draco had always seemed the stronger of the two, though that probably had a lot to do with Hydra's disastrous birth. His oldest son had been so tiny back then, so fragile. She had never seen Draco quite that delicate, but she had seen him small. She had arranged to have him early because she had been afraid of the birthing complications. Though small, Draco had been infinitely stronger. She didn't think he was strong enough for this, though.
Draco is younger. He is easier to manipulate. Information or not, if the Dark Lord returns, Draco will be a blood traitor, she whispered. A Gryffindor. You said it yourself, that hat cannot be fooled. He'll be a true Gryffindor, and too honorable to spy on the Potter boy, particularly if they've befriended each other. If he's too honorable to turn sides, then we're better to stand than at Potter's shoulder.
Narcissa stared.
But do not forget, Narcissa, Pettigrew was a Gryffindor who was willing to spy.
Lucius pointed out. A dry sob escaped Narcissa's throat before she could stop it.
You want Draco, your son, to end up like that wretched man? That's the life you imagine for him. Lucius, listen to yourself. You're suggesting we allow, no, we force one of our sons to be a blood traitor. Even if the Dark Lord doesn't return, he'll always be that, a Malfoy in Gryffindor. It's a disgrace, Lucius. How better to stir the Potter boy's sympathies? Why must it be his sympathies? Why not his respect? We will have his respect if he's made a Slytherin. If he's in Gryffindor, we'll need his sympathies. I'm preparing for either outcome. I won't allow you to do this, she said. My entire family was torn apart by blood traitors, in case you've forgotten.
She certainly hadn't. Even now, she was confused about it, and worried that she might not have made the right choice when she had forsaken Andy. Andy had won freedom. Narcissa had won her sister and husband's lord, a man she had never liked much at all and only followed, not served, ever, because he believed the same things that she had been told to believe growing up, and because she hadn't wanted to die, which, until Harry Potter came along, had been the punishment for resisting him.
We will handle Draco when the time comes.
A bleak laugh bubbled out of her mouth.
Handle him? Handle a Gryffindor?
Her next laugh was more like a sob.
Handle him the way Aunt Walbaga did Sirius? With constant abuse until he runs away? I won't lose my son like that.
Narcissa felt a tear trickle down the side of her face. She didn't brush it away. She wanted Lucius to see it and know he had upset her.
Then what do you suggest? That you stop trying to play both sides,
she said, angry now.
Pick Potter and commit to loving Muggles like Dumbledore, or wait for the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is gone. Then serve no one, she said, wiping the tears off of her cheeks. Live the life we've made for ourselves. Let our sons find their own houses. And if they're Hufflepuffs, then so be it, she said venomously. Better they find their way there on their own than be forced into a house by their idiot father.
Lucius flushed an ugly pink color and stood so abruptly that his chair fell over.
I will not be spoken to like that. And I will not let you use my sons. If I hear any more of this nonsense, I'll tell them what you're planning and that will be the end of it. You could, but you won't,
Lucius said.
I think you'll find there's not much I wouldn't do to protect my sons,
she told him.
And if it is you they need protecting from, then so be it.
Then, leaving Lucius to ponder that, she swept out and closed the door behind her. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Want and Need.
Draco,
Lucius said,
would you check on Dobby's progress, please? Make Hydrus do it,
Draco said, scowling at his father.
It's my birthday,
Hydrus whined.
That was weeks ago. Besides, you made me do it on my birthday dinner, so he can do it on his.
A week ago, he'd never have argued, and particularly not with company around, the Parkinsons, green grasses, knots, Bulstrodes, Goyles, crabs, and Shafiks all looked stunned to hear Draco speaking so disrespectfully. Narcissa sighed quietly. She hadn't said anything more to Lucius about his foolish plan to make Draco a Gryffindor after their initial discussion 2 weeks ago. Lucius, likewise, had been silent on the matter, but this time, it did not indicate a win for her. This time, it meant Lucius was going ahead with his plan, and trying to do so without drawing her attention. Idiot, she thought, watching her husband out of the corner of her eye. Lucius was, by no means, an unintelligent man. Quite the opposite, in fact. He just had an unfortunate habit of forgetting that no matter how clever he was, she was cleverer.
Draco,
Lucius said mildly.
I believe I asked you.
Hydra smirked and some of the other children laughed at Draco's expense. They'll turn against him, she thought, watching her youngest son sadly. Even Gregory and Vincent, neither of whom were what she would call academically gifted, knew that Gryffindor was bad, while Slytherin was good. The green grass girls were the only ones who might not be overly bothered by him not being in Slytherin. Narcissa might have taken some small comfort in that, but she knew Draco wasn't overly fond of any of the girls. Daphne, in particular, seemed to annoy him. She was smirking at Draco now, as he stalked around one of the couches, which had been pushed against the wall to clear the floor in front of the fireplace, and through the double doors.
Goodness!
Clementina said, staring after Draco.
Who does he think he is, talking to Lucius like that? If you ask me, Narcissa, he needs a lesson to remind him where his manners are.
Narcissa smiled.
But no one did ask you, Clementina,
she said, and in such a level, pleasant voice that it took several seconds for the others to hear the insult. Clementina gaped at her.
Is Draco not feeling well?
Pansy asked.
Is that why he's behaving oddly? That's exactly it,
Narcissa told the girl. Her smile was genuine this time, she rather liked Pansy, after all.
He's not himself at the moment.
She gave Lucius a sharp look that, unfortunately, he didn't see.
He's not sick,
Hydra said to Gregory, Vincent, and Theodore in a loud whisper.
He's pretending. He just wants to ruin my birthday dinner.
Thankfully, Sonia chose that moment to clap a hand to her mouth and walk quickly out of the room, so none of the adults had been paying much attention to Hydra's words.
Hydras,
Narcissa said warningly, as Ernest ran after his wife. Pansy's narrowed eyes followed the pair of them and Narcissa felt a pang of sympathy for the poor girl. Narcissa moved a step closer to her oldest son and gave him a look, which, unlike Lucius, he didn't miss. He muttered a sulky apology and then led the other children out of the drawing room. Dinner was pleasant enough, there were enough people there that conversation never lapsed and Dobby's cooking was wonderful. Though little Cyril did make a terrible mess with his ice cream, there were no explosions. Narcissa had worried about that when she saw Draco sitting between Millicent and Daphne. After dinner, everyone ended up scattered throughout the house. Lucius and some of the other adults had gone to his study to talk about more serious matters than dinner table conversation usually allowed. Ernest Parkinson and his sister Nola, whose last name was now Shafiq, had gone, and so had Roderick and Audra Crabbe, Aloysius and Clementina Goyle, Magnus and Theodosia Bulstrode and Leopold Knott. As all of them wore the dark mark, it was reasonably easy to deduce what it was they were talking about. Harry Potter as the new Dark Lord, and Narcissa, who sometimes listened in and sometimes did not, had decided to join the rest of their guests in the drawing room. She thought she had heard more than enough about Harry Potter lately. Eleanor was chatting with her stepson while he played with his baby sister. Lucius thought it was dangerous for Theodore to be so openly smitten by little Catherine, but Narcissa thought it was sweet. All three green grass girls and Nadia Shafiq, who was the same age as Daphne, were having a whispered conversation over by the fireplace and seemed oblivious to anything else that was happening. Vincent and Gregory were hovering by the corner table, upon which was a plate of sweets and baked goods Dobby had prepared, and a few feet from them, Hydrus, Draco, Pansy and Millicent had pulled together 4 of the armchairs and were talking. On the opposite side of the room on one of the couches, Parmenia and Marius Greengrass and Nishith Shafiq were talking about a mutual friend of theirs. Both Marius and Nishith worked in the Department of Magical Discoveries at the Ministry, and so it was that Narcissa found herself sitting with Sonia Parkinson.
"Thank you for tonight,"
Sonia said, wincing as she shifted in her armchair. Narcissa picked up a pillow from the couch she was sitting on and passed it to the other witch. She accepted it with a weak but genuine smile and tucked it behind her back.
"I haven't seen Pansy this happy in a long time."
As if to prove her mother's point, Pansy started laughing at something Millicent had said. Narcissa noticed that Hydrus looked disgruntled about it and that Draco was smirking.
"We don't have people over anymore,"
Sonia continued, shifting again.
"Ernest's usually working and I just can't do it by myself."
Narcissa wasn't sure what facial expression was appropriate. She settled for an understanding look.
"Soon I won't even be able to come to things like this." "You'll manage, I'm sure,"
Narcissa murmured.
"That's what everyone says. I know they're just being polite. I see the way they look at me."
She smiled gently.
"Not talking about it, or pretending everything's fine doesn't change anything. I'm dying. The healers don't think I've got even a year left. So little time."
Narcissa breathed. Sonia was only a few years older than she was. Sometimes that was hard to remember, though, with her drawn face, lank, colorless hair and nearly skeletal appearance, Sonia looked decades older.
"It's a relief, to be honest,"
Sonia said, with a small, sad smile.
"It's been 5 years and I'm tired." "You have so much to live for,"
Narcissa murmured.
"There's Ernest and Pansy." "Sonia, what about Pansy?" "She'll be happier with me gone,"
Sonia said, watching her daughter as she spoke. Narcissa knew Pansy sometimes struggled with her mother's illness, but surely that wasn't true.
"You don't believe me?"
Sonia said.
"But it's true. My daughter hates me." "Nonsense. It's true. Sometimes, I can almost convince myself that it's better for her. If she hates me, she won't miss me when I'm gone." "Have you ever lost someone dear to you, Narcissa?"
Sonia asked softly.
"You know that I have,"
Narcissa said. Aside from never taking the mark, she and Sonia had 3 main things in common. They had both lost their fathers during the war. That, in fact, was what had brought them together again. Sonia was Narcissa's cousin on her mother's side, but Narcissa's father and her uncle had never liked each other. She had never been given a reason why. After Narcissa's father's death, her mother had gone to her estranged brother for support and they had managed to patch things up before he died a year later. The second thing they had in common was that they had lost a sibling to the war. Narcissa had lost Bella to Azkaban, while Evan, Sonia's brother, was actually dead. The third was that each had an estranged, blood traitor sibling. Narcissa's was Andy, Sonia's was Cornelius, who had married a Muggle woman.
"And do you remember the pain? The grief?"
Narcissa nodded curtly and clasped her hands in her lap.
"Perhaps, it's best if Pansy doesn't feel that." "You sound as if you're trying to convince yourself." "I am." "Have you seen anyone die, before?" "I've seen dead people,"
Narcissa said. 4 of Dumbledore's men had been captured and brought to the manor the night before the Dark Lord was destroyed. 2 of the 4, the Pruitt twins, had escaped, though she knew they had been killed shortly after. The other two, Caradoc Dearborn, her old defense teacher, and Benji Fenwick, the head boy she had swooned over in her second year, had been blown to smithereens by Evan. Narcissa remembered the entire manor trembling. Draco had been taking his first wobbly steps and fallen over. She had gone downstairs to see what was happening, after leaving Draco and Hydrus with Dobby, and found Lucius, Evan, Ernest, Abraxas, and Severus all standing, shocked, in the blackened, bloodied cellar, which had since been scourgified, but she still hated it down there. Someone, probably Rosier, since he had made the mess, had been responsible for leaving Fenwick's remains where Dumbledore's followers would find them. There hadn't been enough left of Dearborn to return.
"But I've never actually seen anyone die,"
she said, coming back to the present.
"Have you?" "No."
Sonia looked nervous.
"Did you feel anything for them? The dead people you saw?" "I was sad. It was their own fault and it had to be done, but it was a waste of life. They had friends and families and futures." "But you didn't grieve."
It was times like this that Narcissa was reminded that Sonia had been in Ravenclaw.
"No,"
Narcissa murmured, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before she clasped her hands together again. It had been sad and shocking, yes. It wasn't every day she saw her defense teacher splattered on the walls of her cellar, but it hadn't been a personal loss.
"Then perhaps it's good that Pansy hates me." "You don't really believe that,"
Narcissa said, watching the older woman's face carefully. Sonia smiled sadly.
"No, I don't. But I want to." "Why?"
Narcissa had to ask.
"Because I want what's best for Pansy. I don't want her to hurt." "Then why don't you just let her hate you?" "Because it's not me she hates. It's the fact that I'm sick, that I'm dying. She's too young to make the distinction yet, but I know and I don't want her to hate me. I'm going to lose her soon enough anyway. I want my daughter to be mine for as long as I can have her. It's selfish, I know, but not an unreasonable desire,"
Narcissa murmured.
"I've written her letters, you know,"
Sonia admitted, dabbing at her eyes, which were beginning to look teary.
"For all of her birthdays, and for Christmases and for her first day of Hogwarts. And Ernest has promised to tell her that I loved her, so that she will always know. And perhaps in time, she will forgive me." "There's nothing to forgive." "Of course there is. I'm her mother, and I'm about to abandon her." "You're victims of circumstance." "Of course we are. Doesn't mean I'm not abandoning her. I'm her mother. I'm supposed to be there for her, to take care of her, and I won't be."
Narcissa didn't know what to say.
"That's why I've tried not to be jealous that she's so much like her father. They gravitate towards each other, probably would, even if I was healthy, and they're going to need each other soon enough." "Tried?"
Narcissa asked.
"It doesn't always work, of course. I am jealous, sometimes. I never say anything though, to either of them. That wouldn't be fair, and it would be irrational. It makes sense for Pansy to lean on the more stable parent."
A small laugh burbled out of her pale lips.
"A child's intuition, some would call it. Maybe she'll be a Ravenclaw after all." "Do you not want her in Slytherin?" "Frankly, I don't care where she goes, as long as she's happy."
Sonia's eyelids began to droop. Narcissa might have been alarmed if this was a rare occurrence, but she had seen Sonia do this many times before.
"She's got a hard few years ahead of her, and I want her surrounded by people that will support her. If she finds that in Hufflepuff, so be it. I just want her taken care of. You know that. When it comes to it, Lucius and the boys and I will always be here for her, and for Ernest, of course. I know. I know that.
Sonia's eyes fell shut and she slumped back into her seat.
Thank you,
she breathed. Narcissa watched as her body relaxed into sleep, though a small frown remained on her face. Narcissa studied Sonia for a moment and then conjured a blanket and tucked it around her.
Thank you,
a voice at her shoulder said.
I was just about to come and do that.
Narcissa turned, surprised, and then smiled, a little sadly, but she couldn't help it, at Pansy, whose dark eyes were fixed on her mother.
She's dying, you know,
Pansy said in a detached sort of way, still watching Sonia.
I know,
Narcissa said softly.
She's weak,
Pansy said.
I think she's very strong,
Narcissa said.
She's been sick for 5 years now, but she's still here, still fighting. But she's losing. It's very tiring to be sick all the time. That's what Daddy says,
Pansy muttered. She took a last look at her mother and then her eyes flicked to Narcissa.
Well, thank you for the blanket, Mrs. Malfoy.
Narcissa inclined her head and Pansy went back to her armchair next to Hydrus. The 6 children, because Hydrus, Draco, Pansy, and Millicent had since been joined by Vincent and Gregory, started talking again, as if Pansy had never left. They were good at that now. Narcissa had personally seen to it that both of her boys would not talk about Sonia to Pansy unless Pansy brought it up first, and even then, only if they could reply without offending her. Vincent and Gregory had likely been told not to say anything at all by their parents, and Millicent was clever enough to judge the situation for herself and act accordingly. Sonia shifted and croaked her daughter's name in her sleep. We're not all that different, Narcissa thought toward Sonia. We both want what's best for our children. The trouble was, Narcissa, after 2 weeks of almost constant contemplation of her options, still had no idea what was best. After fleeing home from Mooney's 2 weeks ago, Harry and Padfoot had settled right back into Grimmauld Place. There had been cleaning to do, thankfully. A simple vacuuming charm took care of the dust and cobwebs creature had conjured, and most of the damage had been magically caused and could be fixed with a quick reparo or finite incantatum. The cleaning brought back memories of February, when they had first moved in, but there were a few key improvements. Firstly, Creature was willing to help. He had been ecstatic to have them home and regaled them with tales of the Aurus visits, and provided them with regular meals. Secondly, Harry and Padfoot knew each other better this time and so weren't as edgy around each other as they had been back then. And thirdly, Mooney was around whenever he wasn't out searching for them and was quite happy to provide help or just company whenever one of them needed it. With most of the cleaning and repair work done in the first few days of being home, things had gone back to a state of restfulness that Harry hadn't had since before the cave incident. He still had nightmares, either about Padfoot trying to kill Snape or about the cave, but since his room was spelled against fire and he was reasonably sure Snape had been lying, there was no need to worry about either of those, and the dreams grew further apart as September drew on. Padfoot was in a ridiculously chipper mood all the time, or perhaps it was just normal, and seemed unusual after the Dementor's draft, because he had either Harry or Mooney around him for the entire day, and because he was working on his plan to cure himself. Harry now knew that involved a clemency and the Patronus charm Padfoot had mentioned that night at Mooney's. He had only had one sick day since they had got home, and he had spent that researching, so it wasn't a complete loss. When Padfoot wasn't working on his cure, he was teaching Harry various jinxes and odd spells that wouldn't be in the Hogwarts curriculum but were useful to know anyway. Padfoot didn't want Harry to arrive at Hogwarts, knowing everything and then be bored as a result. Mooney had somehow procured his old homework planner. According to Padfoot, he had had one every year at Hogwarts, so they knew what general areas of study to avoid. On the days that Mooney only worked half a day with the search, he took Harry's lessons to give Padfoot more time to research. Mooney took teaching a little more seriously than Padfoot did. Harry had blown up a cauldron and Mooney had made him write 4 inches on possible reasons why, and on how to avoid any such incidents in the future, where Padfoot would have just laughed, but he was a good teacher and Harry was learning lots. By the end of September, they had covered some of the better-known magical creatures, things like dragons, werewolves, vampires, merfolk, which were apparently not pretty at all, unicorns and fairies, and Mooney had also thought Harry should learn some very simple healing potions and spells. Harry could now successfully brew a pepper-up potion, a potion that fixed headaches, which Padfoot often needed if he was messing around with occlumency, and a spell that would fix small cuts and bruises. Mooney also, secretly, taught Harry several spells that Padfoot hadn't covered yet, and as such, hadn't known that Harry knew about until Harry used them against him.
Tempus Admonius,
Harry whispered. A small, glowing clock face appeared in the air in front of him. He flicked his wand to set the clock to the right time, 1 minute from then, and tapped the clock face, which shimmered and disappeared. Harry sat down and picked up the pieces of Regulus puzzle again. He had managed to make the snake's head and the last inch of its tail. 2 rooms over, the toilet flushed and then Padfoot wandered back in, humming to himself and sat down. Within a few seconds, he was once again engrossed in his copy of the Evening Prophet and didn't even notice Harry's sneaking glances at him. When the minute was up, a shrill ringing noise, similar to that of a normal, Muggle alarm clock, started. Padfoot yelped and covered his ears. Harry didn't blame him, he had cast the spell at Padfoot's chin level.
Finite,
Padfoot yelled, flicking his wand over his shoulder. The ringing continued. Padfoot looked over at Harry, who was trying, and failing, to keep a straight face. He had obviously remembered the charm could only be deactivated when it was touched by a wand. Harry could see the faint glimmer of the spell, but he thought that was only because he knew where to look.
"Where is it?"
Padfoot asked, with a wry grin. Harry leaned over and tapped the shimmering charm with his wand. It silenced immediately. Another tap and the spell vanished completely, as it was designed to do. Harry had still not learned how to vanish things, because Padfoot, in a rare display of maturity, had decided there were more dangers associated with learning it now than there were benefits.
"Is being able to vanish vegetables off of your dinner plate really worth the risk that you might accidentally shout Evanesco in a duel and vanish your opponent?"
he had asked. Harry had been scared enough by that prospect that he had promised, without prompting, not to attempt it until he was told how to, whether that ended up being either at Hogwarts in several years' time, or by Padfoot or Mooney.
"You should have seen your face,"
Harry chuckled, tucking his wand back into his jeans.
"Did it look like yours did when I changed your room the other night?"
Padfoot asked slyly. Harry grimaced. While he had been asleep, Padfoot had moved all of the furniture in his bedroom around, and so, when Harry had climbed out of bed the next morning, still half asleep, he had walked into the wall because that was where the door was supposed to have been. Padfoot had been standing in the actual doorway, laughing at him.
"Probably, yeah,"
Harry muttered, trying not to grin too widely. Padfoot barked a laugh and ruffled Harry's hair.
"Shall we call it a truce, then?"
"Truce," Harry agreed.
"On each other,"
Padfoot said solemnly.
"Mooney's fair game." "Agreed,"
Harry said, laughing.
"Merlin, you're starting to sound like serious,"
Mooney commented from the doorway. He had given up on the doorbell when Padfoot stopped answering it and just invited himself in now.
"How?"
Harry asked, curiously.
When you laugh,
Mooney said, draping his worn cloak over a seat.
I can't explain it. You just sound like him. His voice is all James,
Padfoot argued.
I didn't say anything about his voice, just his laugh,
Mooney said.
Right?
Padfoot said, arching an eyebrow. He flung an arm over Harry's shoulder as Mooney pulled one of the chairs from the desk around and sat.
Well, kiddo, if you laugh like me, at least you've got one damn attractive laugh.
Harry couldn't help it, he laughed. So, Padfoot continued, looking at Mooney.
How was searching? Did you find that poor, innocent Sirius Black and his evil godson? Well,
Mooney began.
I think it's the other way around,
Harry said helpfully.
I think I'm supposed to be the innocent one.
Padfoot frowned as if he was actually thinking about it.
Are you? No? No, I'm positive you're the evil one. Yeah, actually, maybe that's right.
Harry grinned and added,
Sorry, Mooney. That's quite all right,
Mooney said, his mouth twitching.
And no, we didn't find either of you. Matt was devastated.
Mooney joked, his eyes gleaming.
He was quite put out about it at lunch, actually. He thinks you must have someone on the inside. Where in Merlin's name did he get that idea?
Padfoot asked, grinning.
I'm sure I have no idea,
Mooney sniffed.
Of course, Matt being Matt, he thought it was a good idea to share this theory with the rest of the group. Arabella's still certain it's Nymphadora and I think Dirk agrees, but he's subtler about it.
Mooney sighed, as if he wasn't sure whether to be amused or not.
Is she still going to take over?
Harry asked.
I'm not going in tomorrow, day of the full moon and all that, but she's got Aura things on Fridays anyway, so I've given her free rein on Saturday, since I won't be there then, either,
Mooney said.
There's not much to do, to be honest, so I'm certain she'll handle it admirably, but it'll be a good chance to test her. Depending on how she goes, she might take over soon.
He fiddled with a loose thread on his jumper and glanced up.
Have you made any progress with your Patronus? No,
Padfoot said.
I did a bit of mind shaping this morning, but that's it until Saturday. Why? Last night you said you were close. I am close,
Padfoot said, beaming.
Very close. But the full moon's tomorrow, and if something doesn't work, I don't want to leave you to fend for yourself. Serious,
Mooney said, looking uncomfortable.
Hush, Mooney,
Padfoot said.
I'm being noble. Don't ruin it.
Mooney bit his lip.
I can see you're thinking of ruining it,
Padfoot said.
Don't do it. If you can get better. And you've done it anyway,
Padfoot said, sounding resigned.
Nobility ruiner. Sorry,
Mooney said. Harry was trying not to laugh at the pair of them.
You couldn't help it,
Padfoot said, grinning.
I can deal with an extra day. I just need to find something to do to keep me occupied tomorrow. I might have something we can do,
Mooney said.
Oh no,
Padfoot said hastily.
You'll make us do boring things, like rearrange the library, or... The library does need to be rearranged,
Mooney muttered.
You said so yourself. I did, but that doesn't mean I'm doing it,
Padfoot retorted. Harry managed to turn a laugh into a cough at the last minute. He wasn't going to take sides on this one, particularly because, not matter which side he picked, he'd end up helping.
Hypocrite. And it's not something boring. Well, not to you,
Padfoot said.
But we're normal people, Mooney. We don't want to rearrange the library. I never said anything about the library. Did so? You said it needed rearranging.
Padfoot turned to Harry.
He'll make us rearrange all of these,
he said, gesturing to the shelves around them,
and then, when we've finished that, he'll send us upstairs to clean your room. I only did that a week ago.
Harry protested.
I know,
Padfoot said.
Horrible, isn't it?
He glared, though there was no real force behind it, at an exasperated Mooney.
Oh, shut up, Padfoot,
Mooney said, rolling his eyes. Padfoot continued to complain dramatically, so Mooney talked over him.
I was actually going to suggest we go through a certain box that's been tucked away in my spare bedroom for far too long,
he said loudly. That shut Padfoot up.
Jordan, name one of the 12 properties of dragon's blood.
Jordan, who had, until that moment, been laughing at something one of the Weasleys said, jerked and looked up.
He
said.
Well, my dad got into this fight in the leaky cauldron once and he put dragon's blood, I mean, it was a steak, but steaks have blood, right, on his face to make it better. I asked for a property of dragon's blood, not your father's life story,
Severus snapped, and took 5 points from Gryffindor.
He gave you a property though.
One of the insufferable Weasley brats piped up.
5 points from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn,
Severus said. Yaxley and Joffs, who were sitting at a desk at the back of the room, sniggered.
And no, Mr. Weasley, he did not. He did, however, hint at one. Yes, Miss Folly. Dragon's blood has healing properties,
Folly said, smirking in the Gryffindor's general direction.
10 points to Slytherin,
Severus said.
You should all be writing this down. Spin it.
The girl squeaked.
I trust you know of another property because I can think of no other reason for you to be speaking with Miss Johnson during my class.
Spinnet played with a strand of her hair, looked up, seemed alarmed to find Severus was watching her, and then looked down again.
Well, sir, dragon's blood is used in potions. Name one such potion.
The entire Gryffindor side seemed to hold their breath.
Blemish Blitzer,
Spinnet said tentatively. Severus curled his lip. Jordan and the Weasleys groaned.
If I had wanted a specific brand, I would have asked for it,
he said. Spinnet's upper lip trembled.
If you intend to pass this year, you need to learn to follow instructions. Another 5 points from Gryffindor for failing to do so. My, Gryffindor is suffering today.
He was about to take more points, probably 10 this time, because he really did loathe the twins, from one of the Weasleys for wearing such an insolent expression in his classroom, but he was interrupted by a soft knock on the classroom door. Frowning, Severus did a quick count of the class, but they were all present. Severus strode over to the door and pulled it open.
Severus.
Narcissa Malfoy held out a pale hand for him to shake and he did so. He didn't allow her to see how surprised he was.
Narcissa.
Severus stepped out of the classroom and, after a brief debate about whether it was better to be able to keep an eye on his class, particularly since it contained 2 Weasleys, closed the door. He just hoped he didn't regret it. Narcissa looked faintly surprised.
What can I do for you?
She looked lost for a moment and then took a deep breath and smoothed her robes.
I'm sorry for interrupting your class,
she said, sounding genuinely apologetic.
I only wanted to inform you that I was here and that I need to speak with you, when it is convenient. Does the headmaster know of your presence here? I did not inform him I was coming,
she said, shaking her head.
But that does not mean he doesn't know.
How true, Severus thought, allowing himself to smirk.
I had Dobby apparate inside your office, I hope you don't mind. Not at all,
Severus said, though he did a little. He was more interested in what had brought Narcissa here, alone, and by a house elf. It was not something most pure-bloods would even think of, let alone consent to.
What is it you need?
She glanced at the classroom door and then said,
It can wait until the end of the lesson. After which I have a double period with my NEWT class.
Her face fell just enough for him to notice.
One moment,
Severus told her. He strode back inside, startling the class.
I am required elsewhere.
It was better not to give them an estimated time, not that Severus had one anyway, because that kept them on their toes and meant they were more likely to behave.
While I am not here, you are to look up the 12 uses of dragon's blood in your textbooks and write a summary. You will hand it to me, complete, when I return.
Sir. Poole had her hand up.
How long does it have to be?
Sometimes, Severus wondered why the girl had been placed in his house and not Phileas.
An inch per use,
he said curtly. Quite a few students, and not only the ones from Gryffindor, groaned.
You may share textbooks if necessary, and confer amongst yourselves, but the work is to be your own. If you do not have the equipment required to complete the task, I suggest you borrow some from someone else.
And then, because he wouldn't put it past his Slytherins to withhold parchment or ink from those Gryffindors that would not have thought to bring their own, added,
No one leaves this room until I have collected everyone's summary. But, Professor,
Joffs whined.
No one leaves until I have collected everyone's summary,
Severus repeated.
Do not make me say it again.
Students started pulling out textbooks and parchment and quills. He waited until most of them were working, or doing a passable imitation of work, before he slipped out of the classroom again. Narcissa was waiting patiently.
We will speak in my office,
Severus said, gesturing for her to follow.
Thank you for doing this,
she said, sounding remarkably sincere. Severus had nothing to say to that. If he did reply, he might accidentally incite a menial, continuous exchange of pleasantries. Narcissa was in an odd mood today. Severus pushed open the door to his office and allowed Narcissa past. She took a curious glance at the potions and ingredients lining the shelves, but her gaze did not linger. She had probably had a good look when she arrived.
Sit,
he said curtly, gesturing to the seat in front of the desk, as he took his own chair.
Is there any chance of us being overheard?
She asked nervously.
Is anyone likely to come searching for you?
Severus cast a nonverbal muffleto at the office door, as well as several other protective and privacy wards. It would, perhaps, have been easier to take her into his quarters, accessible through a door that was hidden behind one of the ingredient shelves, but, while he trusted Narcissa more than Lucius, he was not prepared to trust her that much.
Not anymore,
he told her.
Narcissa
began and then seemed to lose her nerve.
Oven cleaner. I beg your pardon. Dragon's blood,
she said blithely.
It can be used as oven cleaner.
Severus blinked. He was aware of that, of course, but couldn't for the life of him fathom how she knew that. Narcissa was clever, yes, but not at potions. She had only just managed to scrape an A in her potions OWL, if Severus remembered correctly, and he wasn't sure how a witch who had probably had house elves her entire life would know anything about oven cleaners.
It can, yes,
Severus managed to say. He wondered if she had brought it up to throw him off. If so, it had certainly worked.
It's funny the thing you remember from school, isn't it?
She said quietly.
I think it's the only thing I remember from potions lessons, other than the time Bella was sent to the hospital wing because Slughorn knocked a cauldron over with that enormous stomach of his.
Severus remembered that too. It had probably been the highlight of his 5th year. 5th year had been a bad year.
I take it you have more to say, however,
Severus said, still stymied that she knew about oven cleaner.
I do, yes.
She clasped her hands in her lap.
I am in need of advice. You know that I love my husband, don't you, Severus?
Of course, Severus said, and then inched his chair back, just in case. She smiled slightly, and he wondered if she knew what he was thinking.
Was the fact ever in doubt? I hope not,
she said, bristling slightly.
But, then again, he does not know that I am here and I must ask you to keep what you are about to learn a secret. And if I do not?
He asked neutrally. Narcissa looked lost.
Well,
she said, looking remarkably close to breaking down there and then.
Well, whatever you say will be held in the utmost confidence,
Severus assured her. Dumbledore didn't count. Astoundingly, her eyes filled with tears, and her shoulders slumped, as if a burden had been lifted.
Draco will be in Gryffindor,
she whispered. Severus stared at her, wondering how that was even possible. The boy was as Slytherin as it was possible to be.
I assume Lucius is planning to alter his personality.
That was the only possible explanation.
He is,
Narcissa said, looking irritated.
May I ask why?
He asked finally, unsure of how he was feeling.
So that he can be close to Harry Potter. I see,
was all Severus said, but his mind was reeling.
And you're telling me this why? Because I don't know what to do,
she whispered.
What if Harry Potter isn't sorted into Gryffindor? Draco would be there for nothing. What if Harry Potter's dead, and he doesn't even show up to school? Harry Potter is alive,
Severus said. Narcissa sat perfectly still.
Dumbledore has people situated in the Department of Magical Records and the boy's name is yet to show up. And Lucius told me you knew about Pettigrew. I do,
she said stiffly.
Then why would you think Harry Potter is dead? If Lucius is right, and he's the next Dark Lord, then it would make sense for Sirius to kill him. Sirius always fought for Dumbledore, remember? I remember,
Severus said, and then sighed.
Harry Potter will not be a Dark Lord, not with Black raising him. He will be a Gryffindor, I have no doubt of that. So, unless Lucius is willing to bend his proud neck and follow Dumbledore's golden boy, placing Draco in Gryffindor is a useless act. But Potter is powerful,
Narcissa argued.
He killed the Dark Lord.
Lily's sacrifice did that, Severus thought irritably. Instead, he simply said,
the Dark Lord is not dead.
Narcissa's eyes widened, but he couldn't decipher her expression.
Has he contacted you? No,
Severus said.
I base that on Dumbledore's word only.
Narcissa at least had more respect for Dumbledore than Lucius did. She didn't sneer or make any disparaging comments.
But Dumbledore is rarely wrong about matters this important. No,
Narcissa said. Severus couldn't be certain if she was agreeing with him, or if she was speaking a thought she had had aloud.
He's gone. Gone, yes,
Severus agreed.
But not dead. He will return, and he will want Harry Potter and all those who stand beside him destroyed. I said this to Lucius,
she said, suddenly, squeezing her eyes closed.
I didn't think I was only trying to make him see sense.
Her eyes opened and flicked to Severus' face.
Severus, please, speak to him. Tell him. I have tried,
Severus said flatly.
More times than I can count, but Lucius has little regard for Dumbledore's opinions. But Draco will be killed. Killed or forced to spy. That remains true, no matter which house he is placed in. With Lucius as his father, he will be pressed into service as soon as he is old enough. To refuse would be treason. There are only two options here, Narcissa, and they are life, or death.
Narcissa's chin trembled.
I just want him safe. Then you've chosen life. Draco will serve the Dark Lord, as will Hydrus, presumably.
Narcissa's expression twisted into one of distaste and then smoothed a second later. Severus wondered whether he had seen it at all.
And, as Lucius will not listen to reason, it seems Draco will serve from Gryffindor, unless you can persuade your husband to give the position to Hydrus instead.
Narcissa was staring at her lap. Severus thought she was fighting tears again. Mutely, she shook her head.
Either way, a son of mine will become a blood traitor and then be forced to spy,
she whispered. Personally, Severus would prefer it if Drace was not the blood traitor, but didn't say so.
But it will be Draco. Hydrus is too set in his ways. Draco is younger, easier to influence.
It was probably safer for Draco, too, Severus conceded. Bellatrix, as Hydrus' godmother, would want nothing to do with Hydrus if he was placed in Gryffindor, while Severus would continue to tolerate his own godson. She took a slow, shuddering breath and put her face in her hands.
My son, my poor son.
Yes, Severus thought, and was surprised to find how miserable he felt. He had always taken an interest in Draco, of course, but he had been careful not to get too attached. He and the Malfoys were on opposing sides, after all. And now they definitely were, because Draco was going to be a spy for the Dark Lord, stuck in Gryffindor for 7 long years and have to put up with the Potter brat. Perhaps the Dark Lord would try to have Draco kill Potter. And then, Draco would become more than just something to be wary of. He'd be a threat, and threats would have to be dealt with. Poor Draco. If he doesn't serve the Dark Lord, he'll be killed. If he does, he'll probably be killed anyway, and I could even be the one to have to do it.
Where better to stand than at Potter's shoulder? Oh, Lucius!
Narcissa murmured, a moment later. Severus pulled himself out of his own thoughts and glanced across the desk at her. Tears were still running down her pale cheeks, but otherwise, she looked remarkably composed.
Teach him,
she said, more to herself than to him, he thought.
Teach him what? To lie. To notice things.
She said. The words seemed to be torn from her against her will, but she said them with conviction. It was odd.
Teach him to survive, like you have.
Severus just stared.
You fooled Dumbledore, for Salazar's sake. Teach him to do the same.
She leaned forward and gripped the front of his robes.
Please, Severus. Train him to be a spy, so when the Dark Lord returns, Draco will be ready, will know what to do. Please. This is what you want?
He asked stiffly.
Yes,
she whispered, but her expression and tone said the opposite.
And what about what Draco wants?
Severus asked softly, though it was more to buy himself time. Narcissa took another shuddering breath.
What he needs is more important.
End of chapter. Chapter 29, Revisiting the Past.
But, But sir,
Severus spluttered.
You already agreed, did you not?
Dumbledore asked, as infuriatingly calm as ever.
Yes,
Severus said stiffly.
I didn't have a choice, then. You will keep your word. There are dangerous times ahead for young Mr. Malfoy and he will fare better through them with your guidance. That's just it, Headmaster,
Severus said irritably, turning hard on his foot so that he could pace the other way.
I see no reason to be modest about the fact that I am, quite possibly, the best Occlumens around today. Any student of mine could well surpass me, particularly if they're given training from childhood. It is possible, yes,
Dumbledore said, picking up a letter from the minister's office, a letter that was likely from Fudge himself.
And you want to give that to the other side?
Severus demanded.
You want me to personally train someone who will be spying on you and the Potter boy. You are assuming Sirius will allow Harry to go to Hogwarts,
Dumbledore sighed, watching Severus over the top of his letter.
And that he will be sorted into Gryffindor? Of course he will be,
Severus sneered.
James Potter's son in Slytherin. The idea of him in anything but Gryffindor is ridiculous. And what of Lily's son?
Dumbledore asked, cutting him off again.
Could he belong to Slytherin? He's Potter's son,
Severus hissed, making Dumbledore sigh.
And Black's godson. He will be in Gryffindor? I hope so,
Dumbledore sighed.
But you forget the boy managed to fool us into thinking he had consumed Veritaserum.
Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed. Severus knew he had stopped answering the minister's letters through September, as punishment for that moral trespass, at least until he realized that had the potential to cause more harm than good. He was answering letters again, if the one on his desk was any indication, but he was still furious. Severus had no doubts.
An escape from a heavily warded room while 2 Aurors were stationed outside. The escape was probably Black,
Severus said, knowing full well it had been, because Black had told him so.
Probably,
Dumbledore said thoughtfully,
but the tea on the sheets was all Harry. Yes, but,
Severus stopped short.
That's not the point,
he said, furiously, while Dumbledore chuckled and resumed reading his letter.
The point is, you're telling me to give specialty lessons to Draco, to give him my skills, so that he can then use them against us. That is exactly what I'm asking, Severus, yes.
Severus called Dumbledore every rude name he could think of. Unfortunately, that seemed to amuse the old man, particularly when he had to summon a dictionary to check one of the words. Severus didn't know which one, since he had said them all so quickly. With one last snarl at the headmaster, whose beard was twitching as he consulted the dictionary, Severus stalked out and slammed the door behind him. Kreacher had been coming and going from the training room all day, keeping them supplied with tea and hot chocolate, for Padfoot, just in case, and scones and biscuits and sandwiches and anything else any of them wanted. He seemed to understand that this was as difficult for them as going through Black family heirlooms was for him. There was certainly more laughter associated with this job, however. They'd already sorted through quite a few of the photographs. There were some of James as a baby, some of him and 2 people that Padfoot said were Harry's grandparents, and there were also some Muggle photos of Lily as a child. Some of them had Aunt Petunia in them. Harry noticed the photographs of his mother and aunt together stopped when Lily was about 9. There was one photo of a young Lily, who was perhaps 10, paddling in a little stream wearing an enormous hat on her head and an even bigger smile. Beside her, with his face blocked by the brim of Lily's hat, was a dark-haired boy. It was a boy because the clothes were certainly not girls' clothes. Padfoot and Moony thought it might have been a cousin or a neighbor, but without his face, it was hard to know. Most of the other photographs were from his parents' years at Hogwarts. There was one of James being chased by a suit of armor in first year, which Padfoot proudly claimed he had taken, and one of Moony standing in a doorway, grinning and holding a broomstick.
"See that?"
Padfoot said, pointing into the room behind Photo Moony. Harry squinted and could make out what appeared to be an upside-down room. The floor was starry and the roof was stone, with tables affixed to it. There were people still eating at the tables, and flying around below them were two dark-haired boys on broomsticks.
"It was brilliant,"
Moony said, grinning.
"We took our broomsticks to dinner. I still can't believe no one asked us about it." "Knew better by then,"
Padfoot said knowingly.
"We ate, and then, when we had finished, I cast a charm to flip the room, and then another one, which was like an enormous shield charm an inch from all of the walls and floors. Best part was,"
Padfoot chortled,
"was that no one noticed until we jumped on our broomsticks and flew out. Everyone was stuck there until the teachers worked out how to get everyone down. They didn't know why their counter charms kept bouncing off. Eventually, a few of them cast simultaneously and broke the shield charm, but it took them a good few hours, didn't it, Moony?" "It was 2 in the morning by the time they got down, I think,"
Moony agreed, smiling.
"And we had had the run of the school for hours. Everyone was so tired, lessons were cancelled the next day." "I'll bet everyone loved that,"
Harry said, grinning.
"I think we got detentions every night for 2 weeks.
3, Moony said.
"Oh, 3 then,"
Padfoot said sheepishly.
"And we lost 20 points each, but it was worth it. What's the next photo?"
The next photograph was of a 12-year-old Lily at some sort of party. Moony said something about a slug club, and then there was one of all 4 marauders, at about age 13, and a pretty barmaid in a pub somewhere. Then there was one of Lily, also about 13, lying upside down off of the end of her bed, tickling a blonde girl with the ends of her red hair, while a round-faced girl and a young Marlene laughed. Then, there was one of James and Padfoot having a snowball fight. The snowballs kept hitting the camera, which Moony had apparently been holding, one of a Quidditch match with James and Padfoot zooming around the pitch, and one of Lily, who was maybe 14 or 15 now, with the same blonde girl from one of the other photographs. And, with Lily's arm wrapped around his shoulders, was a much younger, semi-smiling, Snape.
"That's Mary McDonald,"
Moony said, pointing at the blonde girl.
"And you know Snape?" "Were they friends?"
Harry asked, watching as Lily released both Snape and Mary so that she could wave at Harry. Snape watched her with a sulky expression and then glared at Harry. Mary just smiled and shot wary glances at Snape every few seconds. Moony and Padfoot shared a look.
"They were for the first few years,"
Padfoot said eventually.
"I wouldn't have called them close. Her friends tolerated him and his friends wouldn't even look at her, so that made things hard, but yeah, I suppose you could have called them friends. Or, at least, he wasn't as much of a git to her as he was to the rest of us. Then he did something to upset her and she saw what a git he really was and everything sort of fell apart."
Moony cleared his throat and began to explain the next photograph. It was of James and Moony in a cavernous room. There were house elves at the edges of the room, looking anxious, so Harry guessed it was a kitchen, standing at the head of at least 70, human-sized gingerbread men. As Harry watched, Padfoot and Peter, who were each riding on the shoulders of their own gingerbread, iced in red instead of James and Moony's white, led a charge.
"We had battles all through the school,"
Padfoot said fondly.
"It was just a distraction, though. That night, we sent our soldiers to each of the common rooms and all of the teachers' quarters and had them take everyone out onto the grounds." "What was out there?"
Harry asked.
"Blankets and campfires. And then a fireworks display."
Mooney said, grinning. He dug through the pile of photographs and pulled one out. It showed fireworks exploding in the dark, starry sky. Below it, outlined by the fires Mooney had mentioned, were the staff and students of Hogwarts, as well as the gingerbread men. Harry spied Dumbledore off to one side, chatting amicably with several of the animated biscuits, and laughed. Every few seconds, an arm would reach across, in front of whoever was holding the camera, and point at Lily, who was sitting with 3 other girls and smiling up at the fireworks.
"That's Prong's arm, in case you hadn't guessed,"
Padfoot said, as if he had read Harry's mind.
"And there, we've got Mary, your mum, Alice and Marlene. Did you get a detention for this?" "One for every gingerbread man,"
Mooney said wryly.
"But it was split between the 4 of us, worked out to about 40 each, and McGonagall was so impressed by our spell work she didn't take points." "Good old Minnie,"
Padfoot said fondly.
"That's her there."
He pointed to the back of a witch in a tartan dressing gown.
"There's a better photograph here, somewhere, surely."
He went through the pile and pulled one out.
"Aha! End of 7th year."
The photo showed the 4 Marauders and Lily, each of whom were wearing a red and gold scarf, as well as McGonagall. She was wedged between Padfoot and Mooney, who were both grinning madly. James, Peter, and Lily were in the front. James was crouching because he was obviously taller, and was laughing. Padfoot was trying to force a Gryffindor scarf over McGonagall's hat. She was wearing an expression that Harry had seen animals wear when they played with small children. James and Lily's wands emerged after the photographs. He found, to his surprise, that he had featured in quite a few of the later ones, and Padfoot spent a half-hour twirling James between his fingers and telling the stories to explain where each and every dent, scratch, and chip in the polish had come from. When Padfoot put them down, Harry picked them up and held them carefully. He could see old fingerprints on the grips of both wands and wondered whether they belonged to his parents, or if they had been left there when they were put in the box. Padfoot and Mooney got caught up in a friendly argument about whether the dent in the grip had come from the time Lily threw James' wand out of the Charms classroom window for making it rain lilies, or from the time James and Padfoot upset a Botruckle in herbology, resulting in it breaking his thumb and attempting to break his wand before Padfoot could restrain it. James' chocolate frog card album emerged from the box a moment later. Padfoot accepted it, flicked through impatiently and then set it down on the table with a sigh.
"He never did find Morgana,"
he said sadly. Mooney and Harry shared a confused look, but Padfoot refused to explain and continued to dig through the box. There was an old snitch that flapped feebly and gave up. Sirius picked it up and whispered something that sounded like a spell, but it didn't respond. Padfoot nodded as if he had expected nothing less. Beneath that was a photograph, separate from all of the rest. It showed the 5 of them, Lily, James, Mooney, Padfoot and Peter, out in the grounds, with Hogwarts Castle and the Quidditch pitch behind them. All 3 of them wanted a copy of that one, and so Padfoot copied it with a wave of his wand. Harry and Mooney exchanged a look when Padfoot chased Photo Peter out of his copy with his wand, but neither said anything. Padfoot had started to struggle with the Dementor's draft at that point, so he had gone to sit in the kitchen with Creature, presumably to have hot chocolate, while Harry and Mooney lay on the training room floor, talking. When Padfoot came back, looking calmer, they had sat up and resumed sorting. Next was a large pile of books. Harry thought the box must have some sort of charm on it to have everything fit inside of it, because there were at least 20 books that had belonged to his parents. Some were just general books, while others were obviously school textbooks. Quite a few had Lily Evans printed neatly in the front cover, or had conversations between the Marauders scrawled in the margins of the page. Harry pulled out a piece of folded, lime green fabric which Padfoot identified as Lily's healer robes. Harry held them carefully, unable to believe that his mother had once worn them, put her hand through the sleeves, kept her wand in the pocket. Unable to help himself, he held the fabric to his nose but he couldn't smell anything other than dust. He dropped the robes to one side, ignoring the pitying look he could feel from Padfoot, and hastily picked up something else. It was a small wooden box with a little metal clasp on it. Something rattled inside when he shook it gently, but he couldn't open it. He passed it to Mooney, who tried the latch, swore, and dropped it.
"Silver," he
said through clenched teeth, showing them the small, but rapidly spreading burn on his thumb. Padfoot got up and ran out of the room.
"Why's it turning black?"
Harry asked worriedly.
"Does it usually?" "Silver's worse when it's close to a full moon,"
Mooney said, cradling his hand.
"Oh, since it's tonight."
"Here," Padfoot said, passing Mooney a small bottle. Mooney dripped some onto the burn and let out a small, relaxed sigh. While Mooney was seeing to his burn, Padfoot inspected the box. He turned it upside down several times, and frowned at it, and then grinned and muttered,
"Aut viam in venam aut faciam."
Mooney made a little annoyed noise in the back of his throat.
"I should have thought of that."
Padfoot smiled and lifted the lid. Inside was a confusing tangle of jewelry. There was a simple golden chain with a large ruby pendant that Mooney said he remembered Doria Potter wearing on formal occasions, a watch with a complicated face that had been Charles Potter's before it had been James, and a collection of rings. One was Lily's engagement ring, a ruby with diamonds surrounding it, and one was her wedding ring, a simple gold band with a diamond. Another was silver, and Padfoot said he and James had received them when they graduated from the Aura training program. Mooney decidedly didn't touch that one. The last was plain gold, and obviously a man's ring. It was decided that it must have been Harold Evans, since both Mooney and Padfoot were positive it wasn't James. Apparently Lily had engraved James' wedding ring to read "Mischief Managed," while James had inscribed Lily's eternity ring with 1307, since that was the number of times he had asked her out before she had said yes. Neither ring was there, though.
"You won't find them,"
Mooney said quietly, while Padfoot searched the little box again.
"Why not?" I made sure they were with them,"
Mooney said, his voice wavering slightly. Padfoot's eyes filled with tears.
"Thank you,"
he whispered. Mooney nodded.
"With them?"
Harry asked tentatively.
"In their graves, kiddo,"
Padfoot said, and then glanced at Mooney.
"I assume."
Padfoot cleared his throat and paused for a moment.
"They were buried in Godric's Hollow,"
Mooney said, nodding. Where we lived, Harry thought. He wondered if their house was still there, and if it was, whether they'd take him to see it. Part of him was curious, wanting to see the place where so many funny stories were set, and another part of him didn't want to go anywhere near it, because of what had happened there.
"Can,"
Harry began and then bit his lip.
"Can we maybe, I mean, if it's not?"
He took a deep breath.
"Could we visit, maybe?"
he said in a rush.
"Of course,"
Padfoot said at once.
"Now that we know where to find them, we can go whenever you would like." "You'll have to be careful,"
Mooney said.
"Malfoy's got someone stationed there full-time." "Halloween,"
Padfoot said, snapping his fingers.
"Everyone else will be in costumes, so no one will look twice at us." "Perfect,"
Mooney said. Harry agreed. Halloween was only 3 weeks away. By then, Padfoot would have hopefully healed himself and Mooney would have recovered from the full moon.
"You can go as a werewolf,"
Padfoot said seriously, looking at Mooney.
"Oh, very funny,"
Mooney laughed, lightening the mood.
Isn't it bad enough I have to spend tonight as one?
Mooney, Padfoot said, looking concerned.
You're always a werewolf. That's not, I didn't mean that I'm not,
Mooney threw his hands in the air.
I give up.
Padfoot sniggered and pulled a little box of badges out of the larger box. There was a prefect badge, a Quidditch captain badge, 2 head badges, a healer's badge, and an aura identification badge. Each badge had at least 3 stories associated with them, which Padfoot happily told. Mooney seemed to withdraw into himself more as the afternoon drew on and only added comments here and there. By the time the sun set, Mooney was in an incredibly bad mood. He was lying on his back with an arm over his eyes, facing the ceiling, and growled if Harry or Padfoot came too close or talked too loudly. Padfoot, by contrast, had grown more animated as the afternoon drew on, and by the time he assisted Mooney down to the kitchen fireplace to go home, he was practically bouncing.
Sadistic bastard,
Mooney muttered, and then, holding his pile of Lily and James things, said his address and vanished.
Please try to stay here tonight,
Padfoot said to Harry as they headed upstairs so that Padfoot could pack.
And if anything happens, you can try to reach me through the mirror.
Harry had been given James' mirror, the partner to Padfoot's own.
Or you can send a message with Hedwig, all right. All right,
Harry muttered, flushing. Padfoot grinned and stuffed a change of robes into his rucksack before hoisting it onto his shoulder.
I'll see you in the morning, then. What, no list of rules I have to follow?
Harry asked.
Nah,
Padfoot said, hugging him.
Most of that was the Dementor's draft talking. What, it made you responsible?
Harry joked.
No, it made me think I was a bad guardian, so I set rules to shut it up.
Padfoot ruffled Harry's hair and trotted out of the room, humming to himself.
McKinnon,
Arabella Figgs said curtly.
Arabella,
Marlene replied politely. The older woman's expression twisted and she continued past without another word, heading in the direction of her brother's ward. Marlene watched her go, a little irritated. Arabella Figgs still hadn't forgiven her for taking Tufty all those years ago. Marlene hadn't cared at the time and didn't care now, though she thought Arabella was being petty. Besides, she had known Lily better than Arabella had, and Arabella had already had a dozen cats while Marlene had had no one. Tufty had died the year before, at the ripe old age of 11, and she had gone to the Potter's cottage in Godric's Hollow and buried him under the birch tree in their front yard, where she remembered he had liked to climb for fun. He had had a prime view of the apparition point, and also liked to watch the Muggles living their daily lives, and for survival, Lily had often mentioned he had climbed it to escape baby Harry's early magic, and that he had spent a day there after Sirius bought Harry a broom for his first birthday. That tree was where Marlene had found him, half-starved, shortly after her release from St. Mungo's, when she had gone with Dumbledore, Arabella, Hagrid, and Lupin to salvage what they could of Lily and James' things. There were a number of things Marlene regretted in her life, but taking Tufty wasn't one of them. She glanced after Arabella, shook her head and continued down the corridor. She knew St. Mungo's better than her own home, so she wasn't paying much attention to where she was going but ended up in the right place anyway.
Hi,
she said softly, sitting down in the chair between Alice and Frank's beds.
How are you two today?
She waited for a moment.
That's good.
Another pause.
I'm good, thank you. Mad Eye sends his regards. Oh, yes, the program's wonderful, thank you, Frank.
Some days, she wouldn't talk to them at all. She'd just sit at their bedsides, waiting for them to start the conversation. Other days, she'd sit next to Alice and she'd just talk about anything and everything. Even now, Marlene had no secrets from her best friend, except for Sirius showing up at her house. On days like today, Marlene would hold a single-sided conversation, a small part of her hope that Alice and Frank were still sane on the inside and simply trapped in their bodies, and she tried to tell them the things they'd want to know.
"No, Alice,"
she said with a laugh.
"I haven't worked with whatever that is. I assume it's some type of plant."
She paused.
"Because it's always a plant, silly."
She laughed. Alice sighed softly and let out a small, sound.
"Fine,"
Marlene said.
"It's not always plants. Just mostly."
Alice stared at the ceiling.
"You're laughing on the inside,"
Marlene whispered, patting her hand. Alice whimpered and pulled her hand away, looking around for Marlene but not seeing her.
"Sorry,"
Marlene murmured.
"Pardon?"
she asked, turning to Frank.
"I told you last time,"
she said, smiling.
"Gawain."
She waited.
"Yes, Gawain Roberts. What other Gawain is there?"
Alice shifted on her bed.
"No, only in my head. To his face I call him sir. I don't think he'd mind if I did call him by his first name, though. We've been working together for a month now." "I know. Time flies, doesn't it? October already." "No, I'm not any closer to catching him."
Stupid Sirius. The apparition traces he had left had finished on the Hogsmeade Road. Oros had looked in the village itself, and found a pair of shoes, enchanted to walk on their own, and in the surrounding forests, but found nothing. Unless he was living somewhere nearby, he would almost certainly have disapparated again, but no one had been able to find where from, and therefore, had no way of knowing where he had gone. To add insult to injury, Harry's trace hadn't registered any magic all afternoon, or at all, since the event, meaning that the little boy either hadn't been Harry, which was unlikely, or that Sirius had somehow managed to ward against it. Number 12 hadn't proved significant in any way, and while Marlene had kept an eye on it in the weeks since, just in case, no one had come or go using the door. She supposed anyone could visit while she was out with Gawain, or at the ministry, but there wasn't much she could do about that. She had considered setting up a surveillance charm, but hadn't been able to bring herself to do it. She wasn't that paranoid. Something poked her shoulder.
"Marlene."
Marlene pulled out her wand and turned to face Neville. The poor boy looked terrified. He glanced at her wand and lowered his hand.
"Sorry,"
she said, blinking. Neither Alice or Frank seemed to have noticed her distraction. She plastered a smile on and gave Neville a quick hug.
"Must have dozed off. Have you been there long?" "It was the third time I had called you,"
he said shyly.
"Sorry, love." "Hello, Augusta,"
she said, nodding to Frank's stern mother. The older witch strode through the doors of the ward, vulture hat, blood-red handbag, and all, and nodded back. Pruitt followed her in and smiled sadly when she spied Marlene.
"Do you ever go home?"
Pruitt asked, coming to stand beside her.
"Only to sleep,"
Marlene said, with a small smile back. Her estimation of Pruitt had grown significantly in the last few weeks. She had seen her dedication to the program and determination to do well, seen her grown more comfortable around the other trainees, well, Clark and Tonks, and seen the way that she treated the all four Longbottoms. Pruitt had a tendency to worry about Neville and Augusta in particular, which she had been doing so much of late that she had made herself sick a few days before, and that had made Marlene, who also cared about them, like her a little bit more.
"Hi, Mum,"
Neville whispered. Alice's blank eyes wandered before they finally landed on her son. She mumbled something and tapped the bedside table. Neville smiled, opened the drawer and pulled out a bright, yellow sweet wrapper. Tears pricked Marlene's eyes as Neville whispered a thank you, tucked the wrapper into his robe pocket and went to join his grandmother over by Frank's bed. Marlene decided it was time to leave. Since Pruitt was inside, it came as no surprise to find Aura Finch standing guard in the corridor outside. Shacklebolt, her Aura partner, was there, and Wellington was with him, looking sulky. He was still rather unpopular with most of the Aura department after his fight with Tonks about Slytherins and Gryffindors.
"Hello,"
she said to the three of them, and then frowned.
"Where's Clark?" "Mrs. Longbottom wanted tea,"
Aura Finch sighed.
"Ah,"
Marlene said, her lips twitching.
"Well, I'll leave you to it. Is Roberts here with you?"
Aura Shacklebolt asked.
"No,"
Marlene said, and didn't offer any more explanation than that. She still wasn't sure how much Auras were allowed to know about each other's assignments.
"I'm off to meet with him now." "But it's almost 6,
Wellington said, surprised out of his sulky state.
"We're working a night shift tonight."
Gawaine's current assignment was to keep an eye on a Nocturne Alley entrepreneur who charged a significant fee to supposedly bring people back from the dead. What he had really did, however, was create an Inferi that would attack the customers the moment they had paid him. He operated by night and was surprisingly clever. While Marlene and Gawain knew the truth of what he was up to, none of his clients were willing to turn him in, and those that might have been, ended up dead before they had the chance. It was looking more and more like they were going to have to go undercover and pretend to be clients, but that was understandably difficult, because it would mean getting their hands on a body.
"You had best be off, then,"
Aura Finch said. She checked her watch and poked her head into Alice and Frank's ward.
"Florence, you're free to go." "I'm going to stay as long as they do,"
Pruitt murmured. Finch nodded and pulled the door shut.
"Can I go too?"
Wellington asked. Shacklebolt considered him for a moment and then nodded.
"I'll see you tomorrow morning at my cubicle." "Yes, sir. Are you heading this way, McKinnon?" "For a while,"
she said.
"I have to make a stop before I leave, though." "Why is everyone still angry at me?"
Wellington asked as they walked.
"Because you're a bigot,"
Marlene told him flatly.
"People aren't just going to change their minds and suddenly decide you were right all along. You aren't right."
Wellington was looking sulky again. Marlene resisted the temptation to ask if he was 4 years old or 24.
"You were a Gryffindor. Be brave enough to admit you were wrong, and start to change the way you see the world." "Why do I have to change?" "It's that or be left behind,"
she told him, leading the way down a hallway she knew well.
"I know what I'd pick." "How do you know I was wrong?"
he asked.
"You said Sirius Black wasn't in Gryffindor." "He was. You should know that, since he was only a few years ahead of you at school."
She rolled her eyes.
"You shared a common room for 3 years for Godric's sake."
Wellington's lips moved silently.
"Wait,"
he said, stopping.
"Not Sirius, as in Sirius and James." "Yes," she said. "That Sirius. Played Beater, had a brother in Slytherin. Honestly, how many Sirius Blacks do you think there are running around Britain?" "That's him,"
Wellington repeated, looking stunned.
"How in Merlin's name did you get the NEWTS required for the program if you couldn't work that out?"
Marlene asked him, rolling her eyes.
But he was cool." "Yes, he was." "How do you know so much about him?"
Wellington asked. Marlene glanced at him over her shoulder.
I'll leave you to figure that out.
She knocked once and opened the door.
See you on Friday. I suggest you rethink a few things between now and then.
Yeah, Wellington agreed, rubbing the back of his neck.
And hey, thanks. For what? Talking to me. No one else has since the fight.
Marlene knew for a fact that wasn't true, but she thought she had already given him a hard enough time today. She just nodded at him, walked into Mary's room and closed the door.
Is this a bad time?
She asked, watching Mary make the hospital bed. Mary glanced up, blank-faced, and then remembered to smile. During Marlene's 7th year, Mary's family, for all that Mr. and Mrs. MacDonald had tried to protect them, had been attacked by Death Eaters. Her parents had been killed, but Mary and her younger sister had survived, though at a price. Susan had been left a squib, while the curse intended to stop Mary's heart had only affected her figurative heart and so ruined her ability to feel strong emotions. She couldn't get upset and she couldn't love or hate, couldn't get excited or silly over little things and couldn't mourn. She had retained just enough personality to want to make a difference by becoming a healer, and so she had. Her professional, for lack of another word, nature had made her successful, but she herself was a resident of St. Mungo's long-term ward and under near constant supervision. Susan MacDonald was that supervisor, and as usual, was only a few feet from her sister, sitting on her own bed, in unassuming black robes that seemed to swallow her wispy figure. She gave Marlene a small smile.
Your timing's fine,
Mary replied, smoothing out a crease in the pillowcase. She took a step toward Marlene and just like that, Susan was up and hovering at her shoulder.
Are you hungry? I'm about to take dinner to Frank and Alice. No, I've just been,
Marlene said.
Neville and Augusta are there, though.
Susan's careful expression brightened slightly, but Mary seemed unimpressed.
That's nice, I suppose. I don't really have time for a chat unless you're coming, Marlene. That's all right,
Marlene said, too used to Mary's blunt demeanor to take offense.
I'm on my way out anyway. I just wanted to say hello. Well, you've said it. I have,
Marlene agreed, smiling slightly.
I'll see you next time.
Mary flicked her wand at her healer's kit, which floated over from a table in the corner.
We'll be here,
Mary said with a smile. Marlene knew she wasn't actually looking forward to it, she couldn't, but when she wanted to be, Mary could be convincing. She had learned a variety of friendly facial expressions that made people more comfortable around her. She and Susan swept past, Susan with a little nod, because Susan rarely spoke to anyone but her sister, leaving Marlene alone in the room. She was a little worried that Wellington might have waited, so she decided to waste a few minutes. Marlene crossed to the little desk on Mary's side of the room to look at the collection of photographs Susan had put there. She had hoped to get an emotional response out of her sister, but none of the 3 photographs had triggered one. One was of the MacDonald family, likely at the beginning of Mary's 4th, and Marlene's 3rd, year if Mary's haircut was anything to go by. The second was of Mary, Lily, and Snape in their 5th year. Lily was wearing her prefect badge, and was still friends with Snape, and the third was a copy of the photograph Marlene had somewhere at home. It was Mary, Marlene, Alice, and Lily at the end of Marlene's 5th year, so Mary's 6th, in one of the school carriages. She picked it up, looking sadly at the girls in the picture, who had been so carefree back then, so innocent and, in Lily and Alice's cases, so alive. Mary smiled shyly at the camera. She had been mostly recovered from the incident with Mulciber by then. Alice waved happily and blew a kiss. The picture had been taken by Frank after all. Lily grinned and then glanced out the window, her expression transforming into a scowl before she ducked out of the way and swapped seats with Photo Marlene. Sirius and James had stuck their heads through the carriage window. James talked to Lily, who rolled her eyes, while Sirius stole a kiss from Marlene. Someone knocked on the door. She slammed the picture back onto Mary's desk and turned away.
Yes?
She demanded. The door swung open, revealing, to her great surprise, Lupin of all people.
I'm looking for Healer McKinnon.
Lupin, she said, nodding. Once, she'd have trusted him with her life, and still probably would if it came to it, but despite that, they had never been close, or even on first-name terms. It was strange, really, when one considered how friendly she had been with James and Sirius.
What are you doing here? The full moon was 2 nights ago,
he said, grimacing. She knew all about his condition, of course. All of the Order had. He hesitated and then stepped further into the room.
I've patched myself up as best as I could, but I need something for the pain, and those sorts of potions are beyond my ability range.
He gave a little self-depreciating shrug.
Mary's just gone to see Alice and Frank,
Marlene said.
Oh,
he said.
Thank you. Do you know how to get there?
She asked. He smiled gently.
I might not come as regularly as you do, but I'm hardly unfamiliar with this place.
Right, she said. Lupin smiled and walked out. She hurried after him.
I hear you're with the search.
He inclined his head.
I'm looking too. I joined the Aurors.
She wasn't sure why she was telling him all of this. Maybe it was because she knew he'd understand. He had known Sirius too. He knew what the betrayal felt like.
I'm going to find him, and kill him. I didn't think Aurors were allowed to. They're not. Oh,
Lupin said. Azkaban was just the way he remembered it. There was the rocky, windy beach and the path that led up the side of the cliff and then split into 3. There was the guardroom, where he had retrieved his wand and mirror from, the main building, where prisoners were taken for questioning, and then, to the left of both of those was the actual prison area. Azkaban was as grey as he remembered, and the Dementors were just as black as they glided past his cell. His cell was the same, too, with the markings on the wall, the rusty bars and the tiny window that overlooked Island's graveyard and the stormy ocean. Merlin, it's tiny in here, he thought, pacing around the tiny cell. It's a wonder I didn't go mad. A Dementor glided past again. That had been the first part of this process, binding the Dementor's draft in a physical form. Well, not physical, but there really wasn't a better way to describe it, so that, at the very least, he was able to differentiate it from his own thoughts. That was something he had had trouble with for quite some time, particularly since there were no books to tell him how to do so. Maybe he'd write one. The second part of his plan had been to create Azkaban. It was logical, because, as far as he was concerned, that's where Dementors belonged. Azkaban was also a place he was familiar with, and, while it also had plenty of places to hide, there was also plenty of space for him to move around. The third part of his plan had been to insert himself into his own head. The books he had read said that Occlumency landscapes were often seen as if they were a photograph, with the person whose mind it was looking down or in, instead of standing there themselves. Sirius, though, needed to be inside for this. That had been the hardest part, taking him the entirety of September. It was beyond weird to walk around in his own mind. Once inside, he had needed to get control of his magical abilities. He had started by trying to transform into Padfoot. That was something that came naturally to him when he was in Azkaban, and something that he could do without a wand. All he needed was his magic. It had taken him a while, but he had managed it on the 1st of October after 2 days of trying. He had moved on to fashioning himself a wand, which he had managed, and even got sparks out of, on the Thursday before the October full moon. It was now the following Thursday. It had been a rough full moon and he and Remus had needed the time to recover, almost midway through October, and he was ready to attempt the last stage of his plan. Sirius, still in his cell, pulled his wand out of his pocket and thought, Alohomora. The cell door clicked and slid open, which was promising. He stepped out, stretching. It was unbelievably liberating to be able to come and go from his cell as he pleased. As expected, the Dementors sensed that he was on the move, just as they would if this was the real Azkaban, and flocked to where he was standing. He had prepared his happy memories for this specifically, so he didn't panic. He thought of Harry agreeing to live with him, of Moony apologizing, of Moony bringing Harry home from St. Mungo's, of Creature being nice as he was most of the time now, of James and Lily and Reg, because damn it, he didn't have to be sad every time he thought of them. Expecto Patronum, he thought, and hoped it would work despite the nonverbal charm. His Patronus was still Padfoot. That was hardly surprising, given how he had relied on his dog form to protect him from these very creatures during his real stint in Azkaban. The enormous dog, glowing so blue it was almost white, burst out of the tip of his wand and bounded toward the Dementors, scattering them. Padfoot trotted back, tail wagging so fast and so brightly it was dizzying. The Dementors crept forward again. Sirius gave the Patronus access to every happy memory he had. He was in his mind, after all. There were happy memories all over the place, scattered, yes, and some happier than others, but there. Padfoot glowed white now. Sirius wanted to close his eyes to protect them, but he wasn't sure what sort of effect that would have, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. Surely it couldn't actually be hurting his real eyes, since this was all happening inside his head. The Dementors began to fade. Yes, Sirius hissed. Padfoot glowed brighter, if that was even possible, fueled by Sirius' triumph. The Dementors didn't actually vanish. Padfoot simply glowed so brightly they weren't there anymore. The light to chase the darkness away. He thought fiercely happy. It was as if his ability to be happy had been shoved to the furthest, darkest corners of his mind, which now resembled the stormy North Sea, and was now released. Joy and excitement and love and hope and trust and elation and confidence and life came rushing back to him. Padfoot glowed so brightly that Sirius couldn't see anything at all, but he was too content to care. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Changing Faces.
Theodora? Talk. What are you doing in my bedroom?
Tonks asked fuzzily. She knew the voice, it belonged to Remus, but she had no idea what he was doing here. Someone laughed loudly.
And don't call me that name. Dora,
Remus said, sounding amused.
You need to wake up. You're squashing Arabella.
Tonks opened her eyes. Everything was blurry and dark, but her eyes adjusted quickly. She was in the leaky cauldron, at lunchtime, if the crowd was anything to judge by. The thing she had thought was her pillow was actually Arabella's shoulder, and she had had her neck bent at an odd angle to rest there.
Oh,
she said, rubbing it. She scanned the faces across the table, Dirk's and, for once, the astoundingly elusive Debbie's, to find Remus.
And you called me Dora. I wasn't sure which you were referring to when you said that name,
Remus said, shrugging.
You call me Dora if you like.
She yawned, rubbed her eyes, and then glanced at the empty chair next to hers.
Where'd Matt go? He was laughing too much. He went to settle down.
Debbie said, almost fondly. She seemed to like Matt and Remus more than she did Arabella, Dirk, or Tonks.
Leave me alone, Helga was hard enough for him, and then you made the comment about the bedroom and we sent him away. What did I say about Helga?
Tonks asked warily.
You told her to leave you alone,
Dirk said, shrugging.
And you almost took me out, swatting at something. Well,
Remus said,
now that we're all awake, are we ready to keep going?
Tonks flushed, and had to make an effort to stop her hair turning the same color. Remus dealt out his instructions. Debbie was to wait for Matt and tell him his when he stopped laughing, and then they left.
I'm really sorry,
Tonks said dejectedly.
I didn't mean. The program's demanding,
Remus said with a kind smile.
I know people who've done it and fallen asleep in worse places than the leaky cauldron, I assure you. Like where?
She asked, curious to bit herself. Remus thought for a moment.
The worst one is probably the flu. This was after nearly 3 days without sleep, mind, because of the program, and also the war. Sirius fell asleep in the flu on the way to training, missed the ministry and ended up in a little old witch's cottage in Somerset. We were all frantic, James in particular, because they always met in the atrium and then went to training together, thought he might have been intercepted by Death Eaters or something. Maybe he was,
Tonks suggested, though privately, she admired Remus. To be able to talk about something like that in an amused, even fond way was nothing short of astounding. She generally cursed Sirius' name when she spoke about him, if she spoke about him at all. When she said this to Remus, he smiled.
It's not admirable at all, really, he said.
He offered her another small smile.
I actually have trouble remembering that I'm supposed to hate him, sometimes. It can be very confusing. Have you ever woken up somewhere strange? More times than I can count. 2 weeks ago, I woke up in the forest behind my house.
She grinned.
Sleepwalking, eh? Something like that,
he agreed, with a return grin.
How's your collarbone, by the way? Fully fixed, he said, prodding it. I've got a friend who's very good with healing magic, thankfully, and he managed to get all of the pieces back together.
He gave her a wry smile.
Extremely painful, but that's what pain-killing potions are for. Can I ask you something? Sure, she said, shrugging. Who's Helga? Oh,
Tonks said, with a grimace.
I should have known you'd want to know that. She's Keith's owl.
Remus knew about Keith. He had come into the leaky cauldron one morning and she had had to hide, just in case he recognized her. It was unlikely, given how bad he was at recognizing her when she didn't have brightly colored hair, but she had wanted to be safe.
Are you not speaking at the moment?
Remus asked.
No, we are,
she said quickly.
But I've stopped replying to owls after 11 at night because Mad Eye always has me up early for a briefing on days with ends in them. Keith doesn't seem to get that I need to sleep, or I start falling asleep and snapping at everyone. And, when I don't let the owl in after 11, she taps at my window, and when I do let her in, she pesters me until I write back. And once you write back, the whole process starts again,
Remus said ruefully.
Am I right? I swear, Keith doesn't sleep,
she joked.
He just sits awake all night, waiting for letters. Maybe it's just me. A normal girlfriend would stay up all night, writing back.
Remus chuckled.
If he wanted a normal girlfriend, you were the wrong girl to pick,"
he said, smiling, as they crossed the road.
"Are you calling me strange?"
she demanded, trying to fight a smile.
"You're not what I'd call ordinary,"
he said, looking a little apologetic.
"No, probably not,"
she agreed, grinning. She took a quick look around and, since there were no muggles around, made her hair flash brightly. Remus laughed again.
"When did you start calling him Matt, by the way?"
he asked. Tonks frowned, trying to think back.
"I'm not entirely sure. It just sort of happened."
She grinned.
"Maybe I'm spending too much time with you."
"Maybe," Remus agreed, his lips twitching.
"So, any troublesome owls in your life at the moment?"
she asked.
"No, thank Merlin."
He smiled.
"Aunt Catherine comes by every now and then, though."
Tonks, from what Remus had said to her, had gathered that he wasn't overly fond of his aunt. He hadn't explained all of the reasons behind it, but she supposed it was reasonably personal and hadn't pressed him.
"I think I'll keep Helga,"
Tonks said fervently.
"Well damn,"
Remus said.
"I was going to suggest a switch."
Tonks glanced at him, laughing.
"What?"
he asked.
"You've been happier lately,"
she said. As if to confirm what she had just said, he grinned.
"It's the little things," he said. "A friend was sick and now he's better, my collarbone's fixed, soon, I won't have to put up with Malfoy ever again, I've got a part-time teaching job." Things like that. "The Malfoy part sounds especially good,"
she said enviously.
"Yes," he said, grinning. "Thank you very much for that, by the way." "You should be extremely grateful," she said, shaking her head at him. "As of the new year, you'll be free of him." "The new year?"
Remus asked, sobering immediately.
"Yep," she said. "Why? What's wrong?" "Nothing," he said. "It's just further away than I expected."
He smiled, but something was off about it.
"I'd hoped to be free of Malfoy sooner."
Tonks' eyes schemed over a boy and his father. Nope, she thought. Not serious. She looked back to Remus, who was frowning thoughtfully.
"He said the new year when I spoke with him." "Are you sure everything's all right?"
He sighed.
"I was planning to go away after Christmas, but I might have to stick around a bit longer. It's nothing to worry about. I'll just have to make other arrangements." "Where are you going?" "To visit an old acquaintance. I see him every year." "You sound so excited," she teased. "He's horrible,"
Remus said, shuddering, as they dodged a cluster of muggles who were waiting at a bus stop.
"But it keeps him happy, and that's what's important. What have you been doing in the program, lately?"
"Subtle," she told him. He grimaced and she decided to answer anyway.
"We did this obstacle course the other day, to build our fitness levels, and then we had to learn how to cast diagnostic charms."
Remus, as it turned out, was familiar with diagnostic charms, and they spent most of the afternoon discussing various types and then progressed to talking about healing charms. Those were a weak area of Tonks, so she listened eagerly. She and the other trainees would be covering more of this sort of magic next Friday and she wanted to do well, since Scrimgeour had hinted at an upcoming assessment. After the day with Remus, searching, there was still no sign of Sirius. Unfortunately, she had apparated home to pack an overnight bag, she was sleeping at Mad Eye's because they were starting early the next day and he wanted time to brief her before. There was a chance they might actually be dealing with werewolves tomorrow, and, though the full moon was not for another week and a half, Mad Eye thought there were some things she needed to be aware of.
Nymphadora. Sorry.
She called through her bedroom door. She really needed to work out how to apparate quietly.
And don't. Keith's here. What?
Tonks stopped searching for her favorite baggy t-shirt and pajama pants. She was sure she had hung them on her desk chair that morning. As someone knocked on her door.
Hang on,
she said.
I'm changing. Oh, sorry,
Keith said. Tonks pulled on the first clean clothes she touched, a skirt, a t-shirt and a leather jacket, and erased Tonks' face, giving herself bright blue hair, brown eyes and a long nose. She kicked Tonks' conservative robes under her desk.
Come in,
she called as she pulled on long, warm socks and a pair of boots. Keith entered, with Canis trotting at his heels. Her evil cat had taken a strange liking to him in the last week.
Sorry about the mess. I didn't know you were coming,
she said, kissing him. If she had, she might have stuffed all of her loose clothes in her cupboard or something. Or, she might have just kept him out of her room.
How long have you been waiting? Your mum let me in when she got home,
he said.
An hour and a bit maybe? I'm not sure. We had tea. Right,
she said faintly, and then shook herself.
So, what's going on? Nothing. I just wanted to see you.
She smiled at him and nudged Canis away from a pair of jeans that she'd probably wear tomorrow. He hissed at her and stalked over to sit beside Keith, who was perched on the end of her unmade bed.
Where are you off to?
He asked.
Mad Eyes,
she said absently.
It'll mean I get an extra hour of sleep tonight, which I need badly. I fell asleep today. I think they make you work too hard in the program,
he said.
You're out every day. I'm making lots,
she said, shrugging. She paused, trying to remember where she had left her money bag and then gave up and summoned it. It had been buried under her pajama pants. She beamed and summoned those and her t-shirt too.
And it's interesting. So if you're at Mad Eye's tonight, you aren't free. No, I'm due there in,
she checked her watch.
10 minutes. Maybe I'll owl you tonight. Where does he live? I don't know that I'm allowed to tell you that. Why not? Because Mad Eye didn't even tell me where he lived. I had to find out. He's paranoid.
She closed her rucksack and went to sit next to him on the bed. Canis glowered at her and flicked his tail. Keith sighed.
And you can't tell me what you were doing today, can you? No,
she said apologetically.
I was undercover. How about tomorrow? We're investigating a werewolf,
she said, relieved to be able to tell him something. His face fell.
You're only a trainee,
he whispered.
You're not ready for that. If I wasn't ready, Mad Eye wouldn't be taking me,
she said, folding her arms. This was an argument they'd had more times than she could count.
Besides, I have to get experience somehow. I know you don't like it. So why do you do it?
She wondered if this was a trick question, or if he had asked it without thinking it through.
Because it's my job. I mean the whole aura thing,
he said, kissing her cheek. She shifted a little closer to him and took his hand.
Explain it to me. Why do you play Quidditch?
She asked, smiling.
I do it because it's interesting, and I enjoy it, and because I can help people.
He said, drawing a little circle on her hand with his thumb.
I suppose I'll see you tomorrow, then. I have to go into the ministry tomorrow afternoon. They figured we've settled in enough to train us on days other than Friday. It's only for an hour.
She said hastily, watching his expression.
And then I'll see you afterward? At about 7:30? Just in case it runs late. 7:30. They have to make the sessions early or late so that everyone can make it,
she said, shrugging.
Is that all right for you? Yeah, I'll meet you at the ministry, all right.
He said, sounding considerably brighter.
Sounds brilliant.
She grimaced at her watch and grabbed her rucksack.
I've really got to go now or I'll be late.
She kissed him and then they walked to the front door. She called a goodbye to Mum as she went, kissed again on the doorstep and then went their separate ways. She slung her rucksack over one shoulder and disapparated, praying that Mad Eye's front garden would leave her alone. The last time she had visited, his dustbins had attacked her. She had remembered Dumbledore's advice from back in September, and bound them with a body bind, and the time before that, his grass had wound around her shoes and tripped her up. She had set his garden on fire in retaliation. She passed the post box without incident, and headed up the path. It didn't try to envelope her feet, as it had done once before, so that was a good sign. The dustbins stayed where they were and the neatly trimmed grass didn't start to grow alarmingly quickly. Oh, thank Merlin, she thought, reaching the front door. She knocked once, waited, and then lifted her hand to knock again, when something pulled her feet out from under her.
Bloody hell,
she hissed, trying to free her legs from the garden hose which was coiling around them like a constrictor.
Mad Eye!
She called irritably. She was certain that he was standing on the other side of the door, watching her with his magical eye.
Relishio!
The hose was around her chest now, and had pinned one arm to her side.
Relishio!
She tried again. The nozzle lifted up, the way a snake might lift its head. If it had had eyes, it would have been staring at her. She had a horrible premonition of what was to come.
Oh, no you,
she began, when a jet of freezing water hit her in the face. She spluttered and coughed and, after several seconds of spray, managed to flick her wand at the tap. The flood of water stopped, thankfully.
Finite incantatum,
she said, through chattering teeth. The hose went limp and she managed to wriggle away and scramble to her feet. Mad Eye was standing in the doorway, one eye on the large puddle by his doorstep and the limp hose, the other on her. She glowered at him.
You're early,
he growled, nodding his approval. She groaned.
You know where the shower is, don't you? Yeah, yes,
she said, shivering. He stood aside to let her in. Dripping, she stalked inside and almost slipped the moment her wet boot touched the floorboards. She caught herself on the wall and, without looking at Mad Eye, who she just knew was laughing at her, proceeded toward the bathroom very, very carefully.
Do you mind if I stand here? With you? Go ahead,
Tonks said neutrally. Wellington gave her a tentative smile and glanced at Marlene, who nodded. Pruitt gave him a rather chilly look, but if she had a problem with it, she didn't mention it.
I was a Slytherin,
Clark said, matter-of-factly.
That doesn't bother you? A bit,
Wellington said. Marlene smiled at the Gryffindor honesty.
But I'm working on it.
Clark beamed and held out his hand. Wellington shook it without hesitation.
Good evening,
Tor said, striding into the room. They were working on concealment and disguises today, or so she assumed. That's what room they were in. 15 cauldrons lined one wall and shelves of ingredients, potion bottles, and books lined the one adjacent to it. On the wall opposite the cauldrons were 2 rows of 20 cubicles, obviously intended as Chang'e rooms. Racks of clothing lined either side of the door Tor had just come in through. The middle of the room, where the trainees were gathered, was wide open space.
Welcome to your first concealment and disguises lesson. I'm Tor. Most of you met me in the interview process. I was the one with the animal mirror. Why is it tonight?
Dale asked, putting one pink-nailed hand in the air.
It's after hours, so it doesn't affect your daily routine with your mentors. It is on tonight, because tonight is Wednesday and Wednesdays are for concealment and disguises. Thursdays will be for stealth and tracking. You get the idea. Fridays are still full training days. They will cover general skills, or cover one of the 7 specialized skill areas in more detail than we will in these hourly sessions. There will also be 2 hours every Friday dedicated to the development of a skill of your choice. They'll tell you more about that later. Your mentors have a copy of Friday's rotation, so ask them if you're interested. If not, just show up and do what everyone else does.
Several people laughed.
So, what we do here, in this room is fairly self-explanatory if you read the sign on the door when you walked through. We'll be teaching you a variety of Muggle and magical techniques. Which one you prefer to use is up to you. They all have their advantages, or we wouldn't teach them, but you will be expected to maintain some level of proficiency in all of them. Today, we'll be doing a fairly simple preliminary task. You're being given access to anything in this room, all of the potions, all of the cauldrons and ingredients. I wouldn't recommend brewing anything, though, because I'm only giving you 10 minutes to be ready, all of the clothes and jewelry, all of the Muggle hair dyes and cosmetics. Anything in this room. No wands, though. Your job is to make yourself unrecognizable. When your 10 minutes is up, I'll line you all up and one by one, you'll stand up in front of the other trainees. They have 3 chances to guess who you are and give a reason as to why they think so. In this activity, you want your fellow trainees to fail. Claim a cubicle and get ready. If you finish before the 10 minutes is up, stay there anyway. Time starts now. Tempus Admonius.
Marlene was a little stunned that his lecture cut off so quickly. She shook herself, hurried over to a cubicle and closed the door. Inside was a full-length mirror, several hooks for clothing and a bench top with a sink and a box of Muggle makeup. Marlene pulled out her wand to cast an appearance-altering charm and then remembered Tor had said no wands. She grumbled under her breath, set her wand down on the table in her cubicle and ran out again. She spent a moment browsing the clothes racks and then grabbed a few things, all too aware that time was precious, and took them back to her cubicle. She didn't stay though and headed for the shelves of potions. Each bottle had a label stuck to it that named the potion, its effects, and how long they would last. Feeling as though she could kiss the person who had spent the time doing that, she grabbed a potion that would give her blonde hair, one that would make her a little shorter, one that would make her gain bit of weight, one that would make her look 5 years younger, since she was one of the oldest trainees, and one that would change her nose shape. She balanced them precariously in her arms on the way back to her cubicle, shut the door and began to gulp them down. While they changed her appearance, which was an odd feeling, since so many things were happening at once, she changed into a long skirt, a flowery button-up shirt and a knitted cardigan, since they were things she'd never wear. She added a few touches of makeup, which was significantly harder than she had thought it would be, and then leaned back against the bench to wait. It was only 10 seconds later that a shrill ringing noise started. Whoever was in the cubicle next to Marlene screamed, and Tor called them out. Marlene walked out of her cubicle at the same time as everyone else. Quite a few people were easily recognizable. Dale had replaced her usual pink with blue and had darkened her hair but otherwise looked exactly the same, while Gasper had changed everything except for his dreadlocks. Others looked completely different. Someone had turned themselves into a little old lady, and another person looked a lot like a man who played for the Chudley Cannons. Marlene joined the others in line while Tor brought a thin girl with long blonde hair, big blue eyes and a very white smile up to the front of the class.
Patel,
someone called. The girl's face fell and she nodded and was sent back into the line. The next person came forward, the little old woman, who no one managed to guess the identity of, and then the next.
McKinnon,
someone said, when a dark-haired woman with green eyes and a nose like Snape's shuffled up. No, Marlene thought as the witch shook her head.
Pruitt,
another trainee called.
No,
the witch said in a wheezy voice. She was the first one who had spoken. Everyone else just shook their head, but her voice wasn't familiar.
Edwards.
The witch smiled, showing several missing teeth, and shook her head.
Bad luck,
she wheezed, and clutched at her shawls as she shuffled off of the stage. She came to stand beside Marlene.
Who are you?
Marlene whispered.
That'd be giving things away,
the witch said, with another gappy smile.
Play by the rules, McKinnon. I'm not McKinnon,
Marlene whispered back. The witch just smiled cheerily as Marlene stepped up.
Right,
someone said. She shook her head.
McKinnon,
said a short, squat woman in the front row. Marlene's eyes narrowed and she nodded. The woman looked satisfied as she passed Marlene on the way up.
Told you,
the witch with missing teeth whispered when Marlene rejoined the line. No one guessed the squat witch's identity, but the tall man who followed was Bulks, which the squat woman also guessed. She identified the one after two, which was Edwards.
Clark,
Marlene said, taking the third and final guess for the man who looked like a Quidditch player. He grinned and gave her a thumbs up, before coming to stand next to her. The session was running 15 minutes late by the time it ended, but Marlene didn't mind. The squat woman who had guessed so many of the other trainees turned out to be Pruitt, while the witch with the teeth missing was Tonks.
How did you guess it was me?
Marlene asked both of them, as she used her wand to take the makeup off her face. Pruitt just shrugged. Tonks, though, answered.
You have the same eyes,
she said, shrugging.
Same shape, same color, same look in them. And you stand the same. Very straight-backed. How do you notice these things?
Marlene asked, astonished. The potions were starting to wear off and she felt herself grow several inches. Next to her, Pruitt slimmed down but didn't grow at all.
I've pretended to be a lot of people,
Tonks said. Her face rearranged as she spoke.
If you want to get away with it, you have to pay attention to these things. What do you actually look like?
Pruitt asked Tonks curiously.
I don't really know,
she said. She grew a tiny bit, until her head was at Marlene's nose level. Her nose became buttony with a few faint freckles and her face was heart-shaped, like Marlene remembered Andy's being. Her hair flickered through several colors, as if she couldn't decide which of them it was supposed to be, and her eyes were doing the same thing.
A bit like this,
she said, her hair and eyes still flashing. She had Ted's smile. Marlene noticed she kept the smile and the heart-shaped face but the rest of her features rearranged again. Pruitt looked absolutely fascinated.
Could you become an animal?
Pruitt asked.
You could be an animagus with 100 forms. I'll never be an animagus,
Tonks said.
The mirror during the testing didn't work for me. But I think I could make myself a cat or something. It's be hard though. I'd have to change everything individually, so it probably wouldn't work. But you can change multiple things at once,
Pruitt said.
You do things together all the time. Yeah, external things,
Tonks said.
And sometimes bones, if I want my arms or legs to grow, but being an animal would mean changing hundreds of things at once. Maybe that could be your skill,
Marlene suggested.
To learn how to do that. It's a bit unusual, but I'm sure they'll be accommodating. It'd be a useful skill to have.
Tonks' eyes brightened. Marlene smiled, and ducked into a cubicle to change. Pruitt and Tonks did the same. They continued talking anyway.
What are you going to do, McKinnon?
Pruitt's voice asked.
Wandless magic would be cool,
she admitted. She had always wanted to learn how to do that.
You. A clemency,
Pruitt said immediately.
Got something to hide?
Marlene called over the cubicle wall.
A few stories from Hogwarts,
Pruitt said. She was grinning if her tone was anything to go by. Then she went quiet and added,
I just like the idea of control.
Marlene's mind immediately jumped to the situation with Neville and Augusta and wondered if that was what she meant.
Florence.
That was Clark.
In here,
Pruitt called.
Sorry,
he said.
Aura Finch wants us when you're done, though.
Marlene wrapped her scarf around her neck and stepped out of her cubicle, startling Wellington, who was waiting with Clark.
Good Godric,
he said, clutching his chest.
Give a man some warning, would you? Constant vigilance.
Tonks called from her cubicle. The other three exchanged amused looks, but Marlene understood and chuckled to herself. Tonks emerged a moment later and shared a small smile with Marlene.
I'm off,
she announced. Her green fringe flopped into her face and she glared at it until it shrank out of the way. Marlene shook her head, amused, as Tonks waved and walked off, managing to trip on a pair of trainers someone had left on the floor.
We had better go too,
Pruitt said, wandering out of her cubicle. She smiled at Clark.
Where's Finch?
He flushed and led her away. Wellington trailed after them, obviously needed by Shacklebolt, but not quite sure whether he was forgiven enough to walk beside them again yet. Marlene checked her cubicle to make sure she hadn't left anything behind and then headed out of the concealment and disguises room, toward the broom cupboard exit. Rough hands grabbed Matt's shirt and hauled him into a dim side street before he knew what was happening. He tried to pull the hands off and when that didn't work, reached for his wand, which was in his back pocket.
Relax, boy,
a hoarse, growling voice said. The speaker's foul breath blew into his face and Matt almost retched, partially due to the awful smell, and partially due to the fact that he had recognized the speaker.
Sir,
he said, and stopped struggling immediately. He even dipped his head slightly. Greyback released him and stepped back.
Is everything all right? Is now,
he said, with a feral smile. Matt didn't like the look of it one bit and Greyback probably picked that up in his scent, because the smile widened.
I'm being followed. By who?
Matt asked.
Aurors. Dem wizards, think they're better than us, think they've got the right to follow me, to interfere with the cause.
Matt said nothing.
It's your lucky day, boy. Why?
Matt asked cautiously.
Because you get to help.
Greyback's eyes gleamed in the light from a Muggle restaurant.
Do something for me, in return for all I've given you.
Matt gave Greyback a stony look, secretly praying that Remus was with him. Remus had been there every other time he had been around Greyback, and, more importantly, knew how to handle him.
It's an easy job, really. I don't want any trouble with the Aurors,
Matt said.
Neither do I. That's where you come in. Change my face a bit with that wand of yours and then walk me to the leaky cauldron. Why can't you apparate? No wand,
Greyback said, shrugging.
I don't want it taken away, now do I? Why are you out in the first place?
Matt dared to ask. Greyback watching him for a moment, as if deciding whether he was trustworthy or not.
I've been visiting your siblings. Which ones?
Matt asked warily.
One's a Muggle,
Greyback said. Debbie. Matt fought several strong protective urges. In the end, he shoved his hands in his pockets so that he didn't strangle Greyback. That could end badly.
Older woman I gifted in June. She was found and taken to St. Mungo's before I could get her to the camp. It's taken me this long to track her down again. She's been spending time with Lupin.
Greyback's lip curled when he said Remus' name. Matt felt his dislike for Greyback increase, if that was even possible. Greyback laughed, an odd, growling sound.
I forgot you're one of his little pets. Who are the others? You know them better than I do, probably. I meant they. Siblings you've been looking for. Get casting,
Greyback said, poking Matt hard in the chest with a long-nailed finger. Matt fumbled with his wand, trying to remember the spells Remus had taught him for this sort of thing.
The second one is a wizard boy I gifted back in August. He's a few years younger than you. Parents tried to keep him.
Greyback laughed again.
They've since changed their minds. Third is a girl from about a year back. Which managed to fight me off.
Greyback actually sounded impressed.
But not before I got her. No idea who or where she is.
Good for her, Matt thought, suppressing a grin. He flicked his wand and gave Greyback reddish hair and blue eyes. Greyback inspected a strand of his hair and nodded.
Maybe she doesn't want to be found,
Matt said boldly.
She'll slip up eventually and then I'll find her and bring her back to the rest of her brothers and sisters. Now, walk with me. I have to. Walk,
Greyback said. Matt had the strangest urge to roll onto his back and submit. He always did, when Greyback used his alpha voice. They left the alley together and Matt instinctively took the lead. After all of the searching, he could probably find his way around Muggle London with his eyes closed.
That's them,
Greyback said, nodding at a couple sitting at a bus stop across the road. It was hard to tell their heights when they were sitting, but both were solidly built and dark-haired.
Followed me here. Trying to find the camps but they can't.
Of course they can't, Matt thought, unsurprised. No werewolf loyal to Greyback, which was most of them, would ever give him up, and those that were neutral had more to gain by keeping him around. At the very least, they would always have a home, and food, and company. Those that hated Greyback, like Matt and Remus and Debbie did, could tell, but wouldn't, because they would be guilty by association, or charged for assisting Greyback's numerous and appalling crimes. They'd also be dooming the others. Remus had told Matt once, a few years back when Matt had considered going forward, that it wasn't worth it. Matt trusted Remus' judgment and so did his parents, and so they had stayed quiet, whilst doing what they could to stop Greyback biting people. They'd had some success, too, or had been having, with only 1 or 2 victims a year. This year, there'd already been triple that, and probably more Matt hadn't heard about. He only found out through Remus, who only found out when a victim was brought to St. Mungo's and wanted to talk to someone. Surprisingly few people did.
You know where you're going?
Greyback asked, slinging an arm around Matt's shoulders. The Aurors had glanced their way.
Yes,
Matt said irritably. He'd have to burn this jumper when he got home, and it was one of his favorites.
The leaky cauldron's just here. Good boy,
Greyback said.
Are you going straight back to the camp?
Matt asked. The look Greyback gave him was amused.
Depends,
he said.
On.
Matt hedged.
Well, I might get lost.
Matt growled. The full moon wasn't for another week and a half, but Greyback was still capable of doing damage when he was in his human form. He had never bitten anyone in his human form, that Matt knew of anyway, but he had kidnapped people and saved them for the full moon, either to feed to people at the camps, or to bite, or simply beaten them, to prove that he could.
Just go back to the camp,
Matt said.
Consider it a favor to me, for getting you past them.
He jerked his head in the direction of the bus stop and took the opportunity to shrug Greyback's arm off at the same time.
Favor?
Greyback growled.
I don't owe you anything. I created you. Yeah, thanks,
Matt said sarcastically, forgetting for a moment who he was with.
Where's your respect?
Greyback demanded, seizing him by the neck. It wasn't an unusual gesture, it was a sign of dominance that he often used at the camp.
Without me, you're not going to be able to get rid of them,
Matt said, cutting him off.
So let me go and I'll walk you to the pub and you can fly home.
He wasn't sure what he had done wrong. Well, all right, he was, but he wasn't sure whether it was the words or his tone that had made Greyback angrier. But Greyback's hand tightened and all of a sudden, Matt couldn't breathe. He pulled at one of Greyback's fingers and had the satisfaction of hearing it snap and Greyback make a small, pained noise. Spots danced in front of Matt's eyes as he pulled on another finger, but there was no way he was going to be able to break them all before he passed out.
You would do well to remember that Lupin isn't your leader, I am, and I won't be treated without the proper respect. Please,
Matt choked.
Sir,
Greyback laughed, and it occurred to Matt that he was about to die.
Oh, you're sorry now, I'm sure,
Greyback said, squeezing a little more tightly. Something, likely Greyback's fist, hit Matt hard in the cheek.
Not sorry enough, though, I don't think.
Matt fought the blackness, he really did, and lost.
Remus, wake up.
Remus groaned and opened one eye. His bedroom was much brighter than it should have been. He consulted his watch, which was on his bedside table, 2:40 in the morning. He closed his eye again and buried his face in his pillow.
What are you doing in my bedroom?
He asked. The irony did not escape him, it was the same question she had asked 2 days ago, now, when she had fallen asleep during lunch.
Get up,
Nymphadora said, shaking his shoulder.
Remus, please. Mad Eye did what he could.
Something was wrong with her voice. It was shaky, and she smelled upset. Alarmed, he rolled over and propped himself up on one elbow. He squinted at her face, which was blurry but quickly came into focus. Her hair was straggly and a dull brown, so dark it was almost black. Her eyes were a blue-gray color, swimming with tears, and her face was ghostly pale.
What's wrong?
He asked, throwing his legs over the side of the bed. Surely they haven't caught Sirius. Maybe something happened to Matt, or Andy or Ted.
Matt,
Nymphadora choked. It was the last name Remus had expected to hear. No. No, no, no. Remus snatched his wand up and was halfway to his bedroom door when Nymphadora spoke.
He's alive,
she said. Remus stopped and closed his eyes, thankful beyond words that she had started with that. He felt like crying with relief, but he didn't. He just looked at her expectantly. She got the hint.
Matt, took him to St. Mungo's, but... his family, I thought, Matt, said you. I need to change,
Remus said, letting instinct take over. He hadn't had a wake-up like this since his order days, but the old patterns were still there. He called on them now, as she hurried out of the room to wait in the hallway. Remus forced himself to get dressed.
What happened, Dora?
There was a little sob on the other side of the door.
We were tracking someone. A werewolf called Greyback. He's been in the papers. I know Greyback,
Remus said flatly.
He'd, oh.
She hiccuped and jumped back a step as Remus emerged. Apparently, he had startled her into crying. Damn it. Remus had always been terrible around crying people. Even when Harry had cried as a baby, admittedly, not often, it had made him uncomfortable, and he had passed him off to Lily, James, or Sirius. Peter had made him cry more, usually.
Hey,
he said awkwardly, patting her shoulder.
It's... okay.
She let out another loud sob and flung her arms around his neck. Remus froze and then managed to pat her back again.
It's okay,
he said again, because he didn't know what else to say. He could give advice in any situation, except when there were tears involved.
He almost died,
she said.
They were just walking. Greyback must have threatened him or something. That's why we didn't interfere straight away, because Matt seemed safe and we didn't want him hurt because of us, but then he just attacked him. Matt, I handled the muggles who were watching and I hexed Greyback. Good,
Remus said darkly. Nymphadora looked up and gave him a watery, half-hearted smile.
What with? Diffindo,
she said, wiping her eyes on the back of her hand.
It cut along his knuckles and he let go and ran away.
She pulled back, dabbing at her cheeks with her sleeve.
I'm sorry. It was all so awful. And I'm so tired.
Personally, he was just relieved she had stopped crying.
Come on,
Remus said, steering her down the hall. He forced her into the armchair and left her there, while he put the kettle on. While it boiled, he wrote a letter to Robin and Cornelius, explaining what had happened and that he'd meet them at St. Mungo's. Nymphadora poured herself tea and had finished it by the time he sent the letter off with Strix. She had calmed down considerably and seemed embarrassed about her little breakdown. He led her out into the garden and apparated them both to an alley close to the entrance to St. Mungo's. Nymphadora led him to Matt's ward. Ridiculously enough, he was in the creature-induced injuries ward on the first floor, where they found a grim Mad-Eye and a cheerful Matt. Mad-Eye nodded to him and led Nymphadora out, leaving Remus and Matt alone. Tears stung Remus' eyes, though Matt was grinning. He was pale and looked fragile in his hospital pajamas. It reminded Remus of the first time he had met him. Matt had only been 11, then, and recently bitten. Remus stumbled over to hug him. Matt hugged him back and, though he was now in hospital pajamas, Remus could still smell Greyback on him.
Are you all right?
He asked, pulling over the chair Mad-Eye had vacated.
Never better,
Matt croaked, grinning.
Did you see that Aura's eye?
His good mood was almost too much for Remus to take.
The Aura said you almost died,
Remus said thickly.
How, why are you smiling? Cheering charms,
Matt said brightly.
Forced onto me, I'm afraid.
He grinned.
It's bloody terrible.
Remus had to laugh.
How do you really feel? Happy,
Matt said, still wearing an enormous smile.
Without the charms, I think I'd feel murderous, actually. But I can't be sure. I just feel like smiling. It's awful. Finite,
Remus said, taking pity on him.
Thank Godric,
Matt said, losing the smile immediately.
My bloody face was starting to hurt.
He was quiet for a moment and then,
Yep, pretty damn murderous.
Remus chuckled again.
I'm going to tear Greyback to shreds the next time I see him. Bloody bastard, did they tell you what happened?
He almost sounded drunk, but that was probably the pain-killing potions, they tended to make people loopy.
He attacked you,
Remus said. He was beginning to wonder if taking the cheering charms off had been such a good idea after all.
He came up to me, asked me for my help and then, I asked one tiny little favor. Which was that he goes straight back to the camp and doesn't stop to attack anyone on his way home. And
Matt's voice died. He cleared his throat and had a drink from the cup on his bedside table.
And then, the son of a bludger grabs me by the throat like I'm a rabbit or something. I mean, I was helping him. Not willingly, but I wasn't rude about it. Well, fine, maybe a bit, but that's not reason for him to try to bloody kill me.
Matt shook his head.
Merlin, I hate wizarding medicine. I can't feel my neck. Do you know how odd that is? It's like I'm two people. What were you doing out in the first place?
Remus asked patiently.
There was this girl,
Matt said, grimacing. Remus arched an eyebrow.
We got talking when I was laughing at Theodora the other day and agreed to meet up again. And?
Remus asked. Matt wrinkled his nose.
And she's working in the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures because she strongly believes that magical creatures are inferior in every way and need to be put back in their place. Sounds like a lovely girl,
Remus sighed, clapping Matt on the shoulder. Matt snorted.
Yep, one of a kind. And not your kind. Nope.
Matt flopped back into his pillows. They were both quiet and then Matt said,
So, January and February are going to be fun. You're not still going to go?
Remus asked, stunned.
Of course I am. You and Deb.
Matt's scent, which Remus hadn't really been monitoring until that point, turned panicky all of a sudden. It was so strong it made him sneeze.
Is Deb all right? Debbie?
Remus asked, conjuring a handkerchief.
I assume so.
He wiped his nose and vanished it.
Why? That's where he had been,
Matt said, lowering his voice.
Visiting our siblings. I think one of them was Deb. He said she was your pet, what if? Are you all right here?
Remus asked, standing. Matt nodded emphatically.
I told your parents.
Matt's lip trembled and very quietly, said, Thanks.
They'll be here soon, I think. I'll owl you when I know about Debbie, and I'll come back to see you tomorrow, all right? All right,
Matt said.
Hey, Remus. Yes. Thanks for coming,
Matt said sincerely. He was smiling, but it wasn't his usual cheeky smile. Remus hadn't seen it since he had told Matt he'd be teaching him how to use magic.
There's no need to thank me,
Remus said.
I woke you up. Actually, an aura did that.
Matt opened his mouth again, but Remus cut him off, gently.
You're welcome.
Matt's usual grin was back. Remus ducked out of the room. The hallway was empty. He supposed it was 3 in the morning, but he found Mad-Eye and Nymphadora waiting in an adjacent hallway. Nymphadora smelled like tears again but looked composed. He wondered if she was using her metamorphmagus abilities to hide it.
Thank you,
Remus said to both of them.
Don't mention it,
Mad-Eye said gruffly.
Seems like a good kid. He is.
Remus hesitated and then said,
Would you mind waiting with him until his parents arrive? Just in case.
Mad-Eye shook his head.
No, I don't mind. Nymphadora, could you get me a cup of tea? Don't call me that,
she snapped. Her hair turned a bright red, brighter than Remus had ever seen it go, and then, less than a second later, turned pink.
Sorry,
she said, looking mortified.
Sorry.
She gave Mad-Eye an apologetic look, but he didn't seem to mind.
I'll see you on Saturday, Remus,
she said, and then hurried off to find the elevator.
Stressed?
Mad-Eye said to no one in particular. Remus nodded.
I haven't asked you so far,
Mad-Eye said,
but after this, I need to know anything you know about Greyback. Where's he living? How does he choose his victims? I know a lot about Greyback,
Remus said.
And I'll be happy to tell you anything you would like to know about his history, but not Tony, this morning. His victims are random. Muggle or magical doesn't matter, and neither does gender. He tries to bite them young so he can raise them away from their families, but he's also been known to bite older people. And where's he living? I won't tell you that.
Mad-Eye frowned at him, but Remus didn't apologize.
I know you don't discriminate,
he said.
But could you say the same for your colleagues? The camp is far enough from populated areas that the werewolves living there don't pose a threat to people on full moons unless they deliberately position themselves. They're safer, and you're safer, if they stay where they are.
Mad-Eye's mouth was set in a grim line, but he nodded.
And Greyback? You couldn't give us him. I'd love to, but I can't,
Remus said.
Not after tonight. He'd assume it was Matt. We can protect him. Not well enough,
Remus said bluntly.
Let this die down, and then I'll see what I can do. Until then, I think it's best for you to back off a little. The more you push, the more unpredictable and dangerous Greyback will get. So we do nothing. You wait,
Remus said. Mad-Eye gave him a considering look.
I've really got to go,
Remus said.
There's something Matt's asked me to check for him.
Mad-Eye looked like he wanted to ask, but restrained himself.
If I could offer you one more bit of advice. Go ahead,
Mad-Eye grumbled.
Don't let Nymphadora back in that room if you don't want her role as talk compromised.
It was only a matter of time before someone looked Matt's medical records up and found out about his last hospitalization, 8 years ago, after being bitten, and Mad-Eye would be discreet, while making use of the information. He nodded once, to show he had understood, and then Remus left. He'd check on Debbie, he hoped, fervently, that she was all right, and then, with a bit of luck, still have time to go back to bed for a few hours. End of chapter.